Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Your source for official traffic information. Hear it on News Radio KDKA. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 63 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 9 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. A Tesla vehicle caught fire in the parking garage of the Giant Eagle Market District store in Shadyside Friday evening. Firefighters responded to that garage in Shadyside around 8 o'clock. Tesla was charging when the vehicle's battery caught on fire. Fire put out. No one was injured. No nearby cars or the building were harmed. The store, though, was evacuated and eventually closed for the night. Market District at Shadyside is back open this morning. Police in Braddock charging 3 adults and 1 minor after a drug and gun bust. Search warrant was executed at a home on Corey Avenue. That's where police found fentanyl, a handgun with a Glock switch, and multiple magazines, along with firearm accessories. The 3 adults charged: Jawan Coachman, Nathaniel Scott, Nakia Enoch, along with an unnamed minor. Police in Ingram trying to figure out who's responsible for breaking into and damaging several cars recently. Incidents happened on West Prospect Avenue, Chartiers Place, and Knoll Avenue. Anyone with security cameras in the area is asked to contact Ingram Police. Well, trout season in Pennsylvania opens today. Tim Schaefer is executive director of the Pennsylvania Fish and Boat Commission. He says there's plenty of fish in the streams and lakes this season.
We'll be stocking, well over 4.3 million trout into the waters of Pennsylvania for this trout season, and that complements, the thousands of miles of great wild trout streams that we have. We really have something for everybody.
And he says during the regular trout season, which starts today through Labor Day, anglers may keep up to 5 trout per day, measuring at least 7 inches long. KDK Radio News Time is 9:02. The AccuWeather forecast next.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Marty. Are you tired of pain or fear of falling that's holding you back, struggling with balance, neuropathy, or joint pain? At Monroeville Physical, spelled F-Y-Z-I-C-A-L, physical therapy is done differently because you are different. Folks, this place is amazing. I've seen it firsthand. Shoulder pain, knee pain, balance issues. They attack it and work it, and it works. Call today. Monroeville Physical, F-Y-Z-I-C-A-L, 412-457-8200.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Gusty showers and storms early this morning give way to periods of clouds and sun today, and a very warm day with a high of 84, breaking the record of 83. But rain returns tonight with a gusty thunderstorm, the low 49, leading to a couple of morning showers early on Easter Sunday, then cloudy and cooler, high 53, with a shower Monday, high 53. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by MediConnect. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
It is a busy time in the great city of Pittsburgh. Lots of exciting things happening. Of course, Pirate baseball now home opener in the rearview mirror. Game 2 of the weekend set with Baltimore today, 4:05. That big week at the end of the month in which all the world will be watching. But guess what? It's also the first of the month, and big news because guess who's back? Lance O'Brien. He, of course, this is the Inside Connection. MediConnect, we have a lot to get to, of course, this day in history, our trivia question. But never time to take a pause, but there is time to talk about the cause, and that's Medicare helping you even when the annual enrollment and the open enrollment is no more. It never ends, does it not?
It never ends. Nope. The two big enrollment periods of the year have now finished from the standpoint of the annual enrollment period and then the open enrollment period. But a lot of people turning 65, they're still going to have to deal with their initial enrollment period. They don't want to mess that up because if they do, then they get to the general election period. And then what about special election periods, right? So a lot of election periods, which we'll get to. The final notice, the one part of the final notice was announced on Thursday, Friday, which is big news. Still waiting for the big news, which is the carrier reimbursement rates. But we're going to talk about some of the impacts of the final notice today as well.
You know, when you look at what you do and why you guys are number one, you are the 5-star performer in this region, why so many people simply make the call, 818-888-6334, and we have those advisors every week, not just every other week or for an hour here or there, but every Saturday from 9 until 10, all the way until noon. It really is a business that never sleeps, right?
Yeah, no, we're constantly going, and it's necessary. We have a lot of people that wait till the wire, right? So sometimes we're at 8 o'clock. We're trying to finish somebody to get them in before the end of the month. And I get it, because there's a lot of, unfortunately for some people, there's a lot of anxiety with all of this. And that's the one thing we want to try to eliminate is it is difficult, but it shouldn't be earth-shattering.
It shouldn't be earth-shattering, and there's no reason for it to be earth-shattering. But that's the comfort that they get making a call or going to your office or you going to their home. You have these incredible seminars. You have these webinars. You guys are there pretty much 24 hours a day in one form or another, and that alone is an added bonus, knowing why people should choose MediConnect.
Yeah, and Sean will be here next week, and he's launching something new this month as well. Retirement panel. It's going to be a big thing. Our first one's going to be in Cranberry. I'll talk about that a little bit more today. But anybody who's 60 to 65 and they're really looking to get have a fun night because there's going to be a lot of fun stuff there, but get information from advisors, tax professionals, people that work with Julian Gray, things of that nature, yep. Right? So and of course Medicare, right? But yeah, everything retirement based, April 21st, going to be great.
But when you think of Medicare, it's as important as your financial statement. It's as important as that 401k statement, whether you have an annuity, whether you have life insurance, whether you get a pension from your company. It really is as important, but to be quite honest with you, it may be the most important.
Well, think about it this way. For the first time in a lot of people's lives, not everybody's, but a lot of people's lives, they're organizing and paying for all of their own insurance, right? During our working years, usually our company is taking care of that. We might have a portion or whatever, right? But it's fully on us at that point in time. And then the other piece of the puzzle that comes in is now there's a fixed income generally. We're not out there working extra hours, pulling overtime shifts. None of that stuff's happening that much anymore. We might get a part-time job. And we're getting to that age where our health begins to do what human nature does and slip. So you've got kind of the convergence of those things. I'm doing it on my own, right? I'm paying for it on my own, and my health is changing. So it is a very, very big part of the retirement picture.
Here's what's frustrating to me, and I try to take good care of myself. I know you do, but you can't stop time. No matter what you do, it's a game of chance. The older you get, there's always that opportunity because of the body. It's like an engine. You drive it off the showroom floor, it's great, but you start pushing 70, 100,000 miles, anything over 100,000, they're not guaranteed. There's no warranty left. And there's no warranty on our body either. So you have to be prepared. And having a relationship with MediConnect is half the battle.
Yeah, I mean, no one ever wants to use their insurance, whether it's car insurance, life insurance, home insurance, or health insurance. But you want to make sure you got the right stuff when you need it. It's there when it matters, right? And, you know, when I went through all my health issues a few months ago,
I never saw that coming.
Well, and that's what, you know, I said to the doctors. I said, well, genetics is undefeated. I mean, I hate to say it, but yeah, I'm pretty good shape. But, you know, mid-50s was my time because that's when my parents' time was. And, you know, we just got to be ready for the unexpected.
But because of good health care, you're going to surpass that time in which their age basically came to an end as far as their chronological age because their life came to an end. But because of modern medicine and you having the good benefits, and you're healthy now, you probably are going to have an opportunity that they didn't.
Yeah, for sure. And you know what? I'm grateful. You know, I have the Affordable Care Act, Penny. I pay a pretty good premium every month for it. But the good people of Highmark, all that happened. My hospital stays, the time I was in the emergency room, the procedure, all the cardiac rehab after, you know, it cost me about $1,000 out of my own pocket.
That's fantastic.
Which, you know, again, whenever you have a medical emergency, you don't want to compound it with a financial emergency, right? And that's where getting good health care really matters because for me, knowing what my plan was, I was like, yeah, I'm not happy about going through this, but I also know it's not going to break the bank at the same time.
All right, before we get to anything else, we always like to start off with some fun and festive atmosphere here at KDK to kind of get you into that right frame of mind before we start talking business that you need to know. I want to remind you again, 818-888-6334. Advisors standing by until noon. Never a charge for their services. MediConnectInsurance.com. We are going to be telling you about the seminars, webinar, all of that stuff in a moment, but we're going to begin with this day in history, which happens to be April the 4th.
Yeah, so April 4th, 1928, poet and author Maya Angelou was born.
Incredibly talented.
Yeah, known for a ton of inspirational quotes.
I still read her today.
Yes, there you go.
1949.
NATO was created as a military alliance to protect against the Cold War.
Next question. We need their help right now.
We do need their help right now. It's interesting times for sure.
It is. 1968, and it's hard to believe it's been that long, but I remember exactly where I was on my grandmother's couch, and even as a young man of 11, I was shedding tears.
Yeah, definitely a sad thing. Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated in Memphis on this day in 1968.
And we recently lost a man who was on the balcony with him. He was very young then, and he has since passed away recently, Jesse Jackson, the Reverend Jesse Jackson.
Yeah, so, no, I mean, definitely pioneers for things that are much needed in our country, in our nation. 1975, Microsoft was founded by Bill Gates and Paul Allen.
Paul Allen no longer here, former owner of the Seattle Seahawks. Bill Gates is still with us, but it is absolutely amazing that that's been that long. 51 years.
I know, incredible, isn't it? I'm a Mac guy, so I do use Windows for Mac, but you know, and all that. But yeah, I mean, and then this one I found interesting. 1994, Netscape was founded. I don't know if you remember that, Rob, but back in the day, they were one of the forerunners of getting internet into people's households with the dial tone and all that craziness. I remember.
Listen to that AOL.com. That sound, that ramping up. I can't stand that sound. That's like nails on a chalkboard to me. But anyway, we have moved on beyond that. Hey, it is a big week for sports and month for this city. And I know you guys are proud to announce you're going to be a part of the sports scene moving forward, and we're proud to be a part of that.
Yeah, no, definitely excited. We're going to be, doing commercials now moving forward with the Steelers, the Penguins, and the Pirates. And, exciting day for the Pirates yesterday. I mean, I was watching the game. I wasn't at the game yesterday, but was watching it. And, first 3 or 4 swings, man, he didn't look very good. He looked nervous as heck, but, man, he adjusted quickly, and he smacked that ball into the gap.
So I'm looking at him at the press conference, and I, yes, remember being 19 years of age, but it is amazing. And as we talk, baby boomers are aging out, but then there'll be Generation X, Y, Z, millennials, and more. It's 0 to 60. You go from 19 to 40, and then the next 20 years go by even faster. So I'm sure a lot of us who should be on Medicare or on Medicare or thinking about getting on Medicare, we're looking at him and go to ourselves, Where did it go? One thing we do know, it doesn't stand still, as I've said many times, for no one. So this is why what we talk about each and every week matters.
Yeah, for sure. Time definitely goes quickly. And, then at the end of the month, we got the draft. And I'm going to be one of those probably not smart souls, but I'm going to wander down there on Friday and try to make the best of it.
If anybody was listening to me today, they already have this answer.
Do they?
Because I was giving everybody my expertise as I was yesterday on Marty's show as I was down on Federal Street. So, if you will, the trivia question, please.
Yeah, they might get it now because if not, I thought it might have been a lookup. So, today's trivia question, obviously, Connor Griffin, teenager, positional player, started yesterday for the Pittsburgh Pirates. Who was the last teenage position player to start a Major League Baseball game?
If you think you know it, 412-922-1020. 412-922-1020 is the number to dial. That person will get a $15 Get-Go gas card. How about some other notable 19-year-olds who played? Did you know the last 19-year-old to start for the Pirates was Bill Mazeroski? Mickey Mantle, 1951. Dwight Gooden, 1984. You're a sports guy.
I looked a lot of these up earlier today, too.
Ken Griffey Jr., 1989. Andrew Jones, 1996. Who else? We've got Justin Upton, 2007. Mike Trout, who some have compared Connor Griffin to. 2011. The great Bryce Harper, 2012. And we'll leave it right there.
Adrian Beltre as well.
Yes.
And think about all the names that you just mentioned. They didn't end up being flash in the pans.
Well, that's why I think the Pirates want to get this deal done with this young man.
Yes.
All right, we're going to come back. We're going to give you the seminars. We're going to tell you, MediConnectInsurance.com. Click on it. Seminars, you can sign up there, or 818-888-6334. Lots to get to on the program. If you have any thoughts about Medicare, your health care, you need answers, give us a call, 866-391-1020. He's Lance O'Brien. It's your Pratt Pack. This is MediConnect, the Inside Connection, KDKA.
Your source for official traffic information. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Larry Richard with Andy Amrine from EV True Value to talk about Sniper.
Sniper, that's your hospital-grade disinfectant, Larry. And yes, it's germ season. You need that bottle of Sniper, whether you want the travel size bottle that's TSA approved. You could put it in your purse, put it in your travel bag, take it with you. Or we got the quarts or the gallons for that big job on it. It's your true hospital-grade disinfectant, kills all germs.
Safe around kids and pets. Go to disinfectwithsniper.com or available at participating True Value hardware stores.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, of all the years we've been doing this show, what I get the most compliments, and I've actually been out to a couple, and I need to get out to more, but who has time to even breathe the way I've been so busy? But they're definitely worth it. These seminars, absolutely love them. You can interact, take time, answer more than one question is what you can be able to get because you have extra time with them. So here's where they will be. They're free, but you have to register, 818-888-6334. You can do that now. Say, I want to be at this one, I want to be at that one, or go to MediConnectInsurance.com, click on the seminars tab. Lance.
Yeah, so April 9th at 5 o'clock, which is different than our normal time. April 9th, 5 o'clock, we're going to be at the UPMC Health Plan Neighborhood Center on Penn Avenue in Pittsburgh. So that's this week. On the, is that this week? I think that might be the next week. Oh, yeah, it is this week. Time's going fast, man, like you keep saying. On the 14th at 6 o'clock, we're going to be at the West Mifflin Holiday Inn Express on Lebanon Church Road. On the 21st at 6 o'clock, we're going to be at Pine Community Center in Wexford. The 28th of April, 3 o'clock, we'll be at the UPMC Harbor Gardens on Metropolitan Street in Pittsburgh. May 5th, which is my birthday, we'll be at the UPMC Health Plan Monroeville on Golden Mile Highway. And then on the 12th at 6 p.m., we're going to be at the Hampton Inn in Butler.
All right, again. If you think you know the trivia question, 412-922-1020, you win yourself a $15 Get-Go gas card. All right, let's get going. Go ahead.
Yeah, so just to get we haven't gotten an answer yet, but let's get the question out one more time. Who was the last teenage position player to start a Major League Baseball game?
It's Laura from Cranberry. She called with the winning answer.
2018, one of the most accomplished players in the game today, Juan Soto.
Well, what people need to understand, they lost the first 2 to the Mets, which he happens to be a part of. That's a good baseball team.
Yeah.
So just know the Pirates have been playing a whole lot better. And I know people are like, well, they were lost 2 to the Mets, but the Mets are a good baseball team.
For sure. Before we jump into enrollment periods, I do want to just let everybody know, I mentioned it earlier, but MetaConnect is proud to launch an innovative way to plan for all aspects of retirement. Starting on April 21st at 5:30 in Cranberry, our Community Connect division is partnering with the Flourish Group, who will be on our radio show next week with Sean, which is going to be a great segment. And we're going to be having a fun, free event with refreshments, prizes, but most importantly, expert guidance on all aspects of retirement. I can't stress that enough. It's not just going to be Medicare. It's going to be financial planning. It's going to be related to nursing home care, things of that nature. So if you're 60 or over and you're in the Cranberry area or you're willing to drive a half an hour or so, you don't want to miss this event. Again, April 21st, 5:30 p.m. in Cranberry. You can call us at 888-818-6334 to register or go to MetaConnectInsurance.com.
All right, let's keep going.
Yeah, so enrollment periods. Right. We everybody knows the annual enrollment period. That's the October 15th to December 7th time frame. Anybody on Medicare can make a change during that time, whether they have a Medicare Advantage plan, a prescription drug plan. And then we morph into what is known as the OEP, the open enrollment period. That ran from January 1st to March 31st. So it just ended this past week. And that's a chance for people that have Medicare Advantage plans to review their coverage. So where do people go now? That's really the question. What are the other enrollment periods? So the first one I want to talk about is the one that's going to be still prevalent for people that are on Medicare right now, and that is the SEP, Rob. S stands for special enrollment period. This is the one enrollment period that really focuses on life events over the calendar. So you think about a lot of the other enrollment periods, they are when you turn 65, October, the dates we already mentioned. This one is solely around life events. So what are some of the big ones? Well, if I move, Rob, from one county to another, I have the opportunity to review my coverage and potentially make a change. And the reason for that is sometimes people think, well, isn't the coverage the same everywhere? No, there's plans in Butler County that don't exist in Allegheny County or Westmoreland County.
I never knew that.
Yes. Yeah. So there are plans. And sometimes, Rob, believe it or not, it's the exact same plan name, but it could have a different premium. It could have a different benefit copays. That's very common. So if you're moving, you always want to make sure that you're looking at your coverage to make sure that in the new county, it's the right coverage for you. Another big life event that happens is, Rob, people work past the age of 65. They get ready to retire. That retirement past the age of 65 also gives them a special enrollment period. Qualifying for any type of assistance through the state or through the federal government based on income would give them a special enrollment period. And maybe there's some people listening today and they're like, well, I make too much money. Really keeping our eye on the legislation that's out there around PACE and PACENet. But also one thing people don't realize is that when you have a spouse that passes away, it's a difficult time. But the qualification levels are different for single and married, and often, Rob, they're more favorable for single individuals. So if you're out there and have gone through the loss of a spouse and you're trying to figure out how to make sure that all of the finances cover what you need, and you've never tried to enroll or qualify for PACE, give us a call. We'll see if it's available to you, but that life event also. So again, there's over 20 of these, Rob. There's a lot of them. But it's always important, if you don't know if you can make a change, talk to the people who know if you are eligible based on what's happening in your life.
All right, again, 888-818-6334, 888-818-6334, MetaConnectInsurance.com. See, people think of this as kind of like, the down period, but we have learned from the annual to the open enrollment period, which was just as busy. I got to believe people have questions year-round, and once they become a part of your team, they can ask questions year-round because stuff pops up throughout the calendar year because health issues pop up, right?
I go to the doctor. I get prescribed a new medication. They're calling us. They're calling Client Experience now, which we didn't used to have that service, but it's become a great service for all of our clients where they can call Client Experience. I got this new medication. Or they can call them and say, hey, I need a new cardiologist, or I need a new this. Can you help me find someone? I need to switch dentists. Like all of those things that, normally they might have to call the carrier and sit on hold for a little while. They're going to talk to somebody on our organization generally as soon as they make the phone call. Now, if they call at 2 o'clock in the morning, it's probably not going to get answered. But if it's 8 to 5, they're going to talk to a live person who's going to be able to get them that information right away.
So just know when you call 888-818-6334 during this show until noon and during business hours during the week, you're not going to get a menu board. They have somebody out front who will definitely take your call and take you to where you need to be. And the other thing, if and when you end up going to their office, very friendly atmosphere. They sit down with you. They explain things in terms that you can understand. It's the client relationship that you have that sets you apart from everyone else because your advisors are more than just numbers takers and name takers.
Yeah, no, for sure. And what keeps us so busy this time of year, Rob, is people that are turning 65. I just listed the seminars at the beginning of this segment, and we have 6 of them coming up in the, next 6 weeks. We have 4 more going on in Central PA. We have our weekly webinar that is happening that is getting anywhere from 300 to 500 people a week that are registering for that. So that's where the IEP, the initial enrollment period. And Rob, for most people, this is the one that creates the most confusion, right? Because they hear, I got to sign up for Medicare at age 65 or I'm going to get a penalty. And then they come to one of our seminars and we talk about all the rules surrounding being new to Medicare and how you're impacted if you're going to keep working or if your spouse is working and you get benefits through them. We talk about what happens if you have an HSA through your employer. How does that impact when you're trying to decide your health care at 65? We talk about the importance of the number of employees in your company and how and there's so many intersecting rules. But that initial enrollment period is a 7-month window of time, Rob, that revolves around you going on to Medicare for the first time. So it's 3 months before, the month of, and 3 months after.
All right. Again, 888-818-6334, 888-818-6334. Now, when we come back, plan ratings may change. Payment changes could impact benefits. Overall takeaway, prescription drug coverage continues to evolve. All of this just moments away when we get back with Lance O'Brien, MediConnect, the Inside Connection. Again, holiday weekend or not, live advisors standing by until noon, 888-818-6334. And remember, there is never a charge for their services. 888-818-6334. Rob Taylor has the news coming up next, and then we come back for segment number 3 on a Saturday edition of the Inside Connection. MediConnect, MediConnectInsurance.com, 888-818-6334.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 20% and get financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, announces its 26-27 season. 7 evenings to deepen your understanding of the world around you, featuring Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden, and the former U.S. Ambassador to China Nicholas Burns. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
With special guests John Morgan and Shane Prophet. Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh. Get your stank started. It's my kind of party. We're sitting in a console. All right, now what y'all say we have a little bit of fun. Y'all ready? You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Full details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by Giant Eagle, Pool City, True Green, and Broken Bow Records.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 64 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 9:30. I'm Rob Taylor. A Ross Township man is accused of buying hundreds of guns, later tied to crimes across multiple states. Benjamin Ford is a battery foreman at U.S. Steel's Clairton plant. He's charged with 6 counts of illegally selling or transferring firearms. Investigators say he bought more than 200 guns between 2013 and 2024, the bulk of them purchased since 2020. Investigators say 6 of those firearms were later recovered in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and New York. Phil DeLucente is representing Ford.
When you have 200 guns that are registered to you, who knows what happened. It's not as if my client would take an inventory every morning of every single gun that might be available to him.
Ford now faces multiple felony charges. And go fish! Statewide trout season opens today. Tim Schaefer, executive director of the Pennsylvania Fish and Boat Commission, says they'll stock about 3.2 million adult trout in 684 streams and 130 lakes open to public angling.
And we stock all those fish both pre-season and in season. We'd like to remind anglers that opening day really is just opening day. It's the first day of trout season, and we stock throughout the spring, and we welcome anglers to help us put the fish in the water. If anybody would like to join in one of our trout stockings, just check out fishandboat.com, and you'll see the locations of where they all are, and happy to have them join us.
Anglers who plan to fish from a boat, canoe, kayak, or paddleboard must wear a life jacket through April 30th. KDK Radio News Time, it's 9:31. Next update's at 10. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDK.
Been 30, time would have been 30, no, but would have been 30, being 30, been 29. If that'll help, been 29,000.
Get ready to bid on the equipment you need in the Ritchie Brothers Northeast Regional Auction on May 5th. Inventory is housed at locations in Pittsburgh, North Franklin, and Northeast Maryland, with in-person inspections available. Bid on a wide selection of construction and transportation equipment. Don't miss this great opportunity. Visit rbauction.com/Pittsburgh to sign up. Again, that's rbauction.com/Pittsburgh.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Early morning showers and storms give way to clouds and sun today with a high of 84. That would break the record of 83. Rain returns for tonight, some of it heavy with a gusty thunderstorm, the low 49. Then Easter Sunday starts with a couple of showers, then cloudy and cooler, high 53, with a mix of clouds and sun Monday and another shower, high 53. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by MediConnect.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, again, 888-818-6334. We are back, segment number 3. We have a lot to get to, but before we do, we're going to run those seminars again. And again, these are free, but you got to reserve your space. You can do it now. Advisors till noon, 888-818-6334, or MediConnectInsurance.com. Click on the seminars tab. Here's Lance O'Brien. Lance.
Yeah, so April 9th, we're going to be at the UPMC Health Plan Neighborhood Center on 6401 Penn Avenue. That seminar is at 5 o'clock. On April 14th, we're going to be at the West Mifflin Holiday Inn Express on Lebanon Church Road, Pittsburgh. On April 21st at 6 p.m., we're going to be at the Pine Community Center on 100 Pine Park Drive in Wexford. On the 28th at 3 p.m., UPMC Harbor Gardens on Metropolitan Street in Pittsburgh. May 5th, we're going to be at the UPMC Health Plan Monroeville, Golden Mile Highway. And then on the 12th of May at 6 p.m., Hampton Inn and Butler, Benevin Square. You definitely want to get to one of those seminars so you don't get into the 5th enrollment period that we didn't talk about last segment, which is the general enrollment period. If you make the general enrollment period, that means you made a big mistake and now you got penalties, and we don't want that. So get to a seminar, get to a webinar so that you make sure that you get all the decisions
and
right.
Set up an appointment. Do it today. Never a charge for their services. 888-818-6334. Now, we talked going into the break about a few important changes Medicare beneficiaries should be aware of, and we're going to start rolling through them right now. So here again, Lance O'Brien.
Yeah, so the single biggest document that impacts Medicare on a yearly basis is the final notice. And it was set to drop on the 6th. It dropped a couple days earlier, the 6th of April. It dropped a couple days earlier. It's a 1,000-page document, so we're still weeding through it, and we're still waiting for the biggest piece of information to come out. But I wanted to pull up some of the biggest impacts that are coming up for this coming year. So number one, what are they and how are they going to impact the consumers that are listening today? Medicare is proposing changes to how the star ratings work. Now, somebody listening might be saying, well, what are star ratings? Well, Rob, every prescription drug plan, so if somebody enrolls in a Medicare supplement plan to go with their original Medicare, they need to also get a prescription plan. Well, that prescription plan gets a star rating based on outcomes, people staying in the plan. It's measured by a lot of different things. It's not as prevalent in the individual prescription plan as it is in the Medicare Advantage plans, right? Because there's just more and more people choosing Advantage plans these days. But these plans, Rob, are rated from 1 to 5. The higher the star rating, the more favorable viewpoint the consumer has of them. And because the consumer has more favorable opinion of them, they actually get more money from Medicare. Medicare gives more money to that plan when they get a higher star rating.
Because that means it's working.
Yes. So they're rewarding them for providing good benefits, which if they get more money, it means they can continue to improve the plans even more. So it really is a win-win for everyone, right? They are changing some of the metrics, and they believe that there will be some movement in the star ratings, right? 3 or 4 years ago, Rob, you'll remember, maybe not 4, 3 years ago, we were talking a lot about 5-star plans. Mm-hmm. In this enrollment period, this SEP period where there wasn't as many chances to enroll in a plan, if you had a 5-star plan, you could do that. There are very few 5-star plans left in the country and here in this area. So these star ratings matter towards the quality of benefits. So people, when they're choosing a plan, it's not the most important thing. How do they cover your doctors? Are all your doctors in network? How do they cover your medications? I would say are 2 more important things. But people do need to pay attention to star rating.
Yeah, they do. Because it benefits them in a big way.
It does benefit them in a big way.
That's why this show is so important.
The average person out there doesn't even realize that their plan has a star rating.
That's why we're here Saturday.
Yes. And that star rating really does matter. So they want to be looking at, is my plan a 4-star plan, 4.5? Is it a 3.5-star plan? Now, again, if it covers all their doctors and their medications best, it's not bad to enroll in a 3.5-star plan. But what they want to be looking for is, how is that plan being affected over time?
So let me ask you point blank, even though everything checks the boxes, okay? Should you still try to get a better deal if you can?
Always.
Okay.
Always.
That's why having a relationship with you, it may be status quo, but if you're looking to save a few dollars and you want that great coverage or maybe something you missed and maybe a couple of extra stars, that's why you got to stay in contact with MediConnect, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'll give you a perfect example. You know, my chiropractor, he invited me to start playing poker with him, you know, and some guys, you know, just once a month, have some fun, you know. So I started going there, and then there's a guy there that's Medicare age, right? And my chiropractor had said, hey, if you got Medicare questions, that's the guy to talk to. So he asked me a question. He says, I have this plan. I'm not going to say the company because, you know, I don't want to do that in this scenario. But generally, that company is not considered one of the best options here in the Pittsburgh region. So he was like, I'd really like to sit down and see if I can do better. So I'm like, well, we probably can sit down and do something better for you. So we sat down at a Panera in Washington. We reviewed all of his stuff. And in his scenario, Rob, he's in a 3.5-star plan, right? But he had one medication that was covered on that plan way better than any of the other plans that are available. So that's where really getting with someone who, one, is going to do what's right for you,
right,
and two, do a thorough examination. We didn't end up changing his plan. And this just happened like a month or so ago. I ended up saying, you really should stay where you're at, because this one medication he was paying about $200 every 3 months for. But on any other plan, he would have been paying significantly more than that.
Well, and here's the other thing that people need to take into consideration here is the fact that, you know, you have the final say. In other words, you're not telling me what I need to do. You just lay it out and go, all right, which one do you want? It's your call.
Yeah, so when I looked up all his information, it pulled up the company that he was with. That was the one, and I was like, well, there's another plan, because he wanted better copays and stuff like that. And I was like, well, you need to choose, right? You know, and he was like, I don't want to pay a lot more for this medication because it's really the only thing that I spend a lot of money on with my health care. And I was like, no problem. We'll look at everything again. But yeah, you want to check all the boxes. So I'm really interested to see what happens with the star ratings. And what I do think is this is going to make reviewing coverage more important than ever, honestly.
Is it going to make your job any easier or no?
I don't think it's going to change the impact of our job and what we do, right? You know, because I'd love it if we could get some 5-star plans back, right? Because one of my frustrations...
That makes your job easier.
It does, because honestly, Rob, there are times where somebody's health changes mid-year,
right?
Like in the time frame we're in now, and they just don't qualify for a special enrollment period. And it's frustrating for us that we really want to do something for them right now, but nothing can be done. But if our area had 5-star plans, that would make it easier to assist somebody mid-year when things went awry.
And here's the other thing, too. People will get something really bad, and they'll think, well, maybe I'll see if I can get better health care. It's hard once the diagnosis has taken place. So this is why you have to check those boxes, right?
You do. And I would say also, you know, when we're working with somebody that goes with an Advantage plan, we are recommending for them to get an indemnity plan as well. Like,
explain that.
An indemnity plan, everybody's heard of AFLAC, right? You can't live on the planet Earth without having heard of AFLAC, most likely, right? You know, at least in our country. And what it does is it provides coverage for things that the policy generally doesn't cover. So, like, again, med sup prices have gone up quite a bit lately, right? You know, 5 years ago, you could get a Plan G in Allegheny County for a male at about $140. new to Medicare. Now it's almost $200, Rob. So that's a $60 difference. That's a lot. And again, when you have $200 for Medicare, $200 for your Med Supp, then you got to get prescription drug coverage. I'm not saying Medicare Advantage is better than supplement. I would never say that. For people who can afford supplement and want that system, they should absolutely get it. And we write a lot of people onto supplements. But some people can't afford those premiums, Rob. So what they'll do is they'll enroll in a zero premium or a $20 Medicare Advantage plan, protect themselves, but then they'll go and add a $20 cancer plan or a hospital indemnity plan.
Why not?
And then for $50, they've got coverage, $50 or $75 a month, they've got coverage that looks more like the supplement coverage.
This is why you need to make the call, set up the appointment, 888-818-6334, 888-818-6334, or go to one of these free seminars. You can call that number to reserve your space or go to MediConnectInsurance.com. And these seminars are, as you click on seminars at MediConnectInsurance.com.
April 9th, 5 p.m. will be at the UPMC Health Plan Neighborhood Center on Penn Avenue. So that's this week, 5 o'clock for that one. April 14th, West Mifflin Holiday Inn at Lebanon Church Road. On the 21st at 6 p.m. we'll be at the Pine Community Center in Wexford. April 28th, we will be at UPMC Harbor Gardens on Metropolitan Street in Pittsburgh. May 5th, UPMC, a lot of UPMC seminars coming up on Golden Mile Highway. And that's our same normal educational seminar. Mm-hmm. So if somebody's wondering, well, they're hosting it by UPMC, are they pushing that? No, we are still doing our straight educational seminar at those events. Same when we're at the AHN neighborhood hospitals. And then May 12th, we're going to be at the Hampton Inn in Butler. And then do we have time?
Yeah, go ahead.
I do want to also get out again. We have the big event coming up for those that are retiring. MediConnect is launching an innovative way to plan all aspects of your retirement. April 21st at 5:30 in Cranberry. Sean and the Community Connect Division are going to be partnering with the Flourish Group. You do not want to miss this event. If you are 60 or older, you're within 30 minutes of the Cranberry area, you're going to want to drive there. You're going to get great information at that event, not only on Medicare, but financial planning, elder law, other aspects that are going to be really important to feeling confident in your decisions.
It's everything you need all in one location. Again, find out everything that they do, MediConnectInsurance.com. And for the seminars to sign up, which are free, MediConnectInsurance.com. Click on the seminars tab or 888-818-6334. And once again, final segment, once we're going to explain to you, again, education is highly important and Medicare is not one size fits all. That's next. Lance O'Brien, The Inside Connection, KDKA.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
I'm John Morgan at Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hi, Paul Alexander here to let you know that KDKA has planned a fabulous 5-day Arizona getaway this September, and it's filling up fast. My wife, Shelley, and I want you to join us for an unforgettable trip based in beautiful Flagstaff, a relaxed mountain town that makes the perfect home base. From there, we'll explore the incredible red rocks of Sedona, travel by rail to the breathtaking Grand Canyon, a bucket list spot that everyone needs to see at least once. And then we'll take in the stunning scenery around Lake Powell with its deep blue water and wide open views. It's the perfect mix of sightseeing, natural beauty, and plenty of time to just enjoy where we are. And September is truly the sweet spot. Comfortable weather, no summer crowds, and everything planned for you. No guessing, no stress. Just show up and enjoy Arizona. Space is limited. Seats are disappearing quickly. Visit travelwithkdk.com or call 800-383-3131. Again, travel with KDK.com or call 800-383-3131. Can't wait to see you there.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, one more segment, then the guys from True Value step in here after news at 10. Still to come, Andrea Benacki, of course, AAA East Central, talking travel. And then we're going to be focusing on one of my favorite places, still the best spot in this region with the best view, the Lamont. All of that still today with your Pratt Pack on KDKA. Medicare is not one size fits all. Is that a perfect statement to begin the fourth segment or what?
Yeah, it's definitely a perfect statement. It's very different for each person. And that's why I always say, it's fine to talk to your relative. It's fine to talk to your family member, your friend. Get some insight for them, but don't take your advice. Don't take their advice as the gospel, if you will, because it's just very different from each individual. And before I jump into a little bit of that, I do want to hit a couple more of the CMS updates because I do think that these are important from the final notice. Payment changes could really impact. So we've got the star ratings are going to be changing and the metrics that they're going to be looking to rate these plans, which could impact the money flowing into the plans and the quality of what they provide. But also insurance companies, at least from the initial notice, were seeing smaller reimbursement recommendations. The final reimbursement numbers coming out hopefully on Monday. That's when it's projected to come out. That's going to be a huge, huge piece of the puzzle, Rob. A lot of these companies have already had to start formulating their bids for the coming 2027 year, but those bids could be, like I said, significantly impacted based on the reimbursement rates that come down. Prescription drug coverage continues to evolve. The CMS final notice really honed in on drug formularies and copays and how those may change. One of the things that's the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services, that's what CMS stands for. One of the things that they're really pushing is they want to keep getting the cost of prescriptions down.
Yeah, because it keeps people out of the hospital.
If you can get on a good maintenance regimen with your medications and avoid the bigger issues, that's more affordable for healthcare, right? So this is a really big one. Also, another thing that was big in this notice, and again, we'll have more details as the year goes on, but it's hard to digest 1,000 pages in 2 days, right? CMS is focusing on improving quality of care. There's going to be an even greater emphasis on preventative services moving forward, as well as the coordination of care between doctors. So they're putting new rules and implementing new things to make sure that communication between specialists, primary care, and the actual emphasis on people getting their preventative services is there so that it can improve the health of the individual consumer.
All right, listen, just a couple more minutes left. So where are we right now? Tell the audience what they need to be thinking about as we've come out of these two enrollment periods.
Yeah, again, I think that, obviously there's always a rhetoric in our country that is the sky is falling. I think that's how we've just evolved into it's got to be shock and awe to get people's attention because things change so quickly now. I really think the state of Medicare is very solid. Again, there are people that should be enrolling in Medicare supplements, Plan Gs, Plan Ns. That is the right coverage for them and their circumstances. There's people that should be getting Advantage plans. I think as long as we have some choice and options, Rob, it's going to help keep the system steady and stable. Once you eliminate options, that's when things can get a little bit dicey, right? So I'm a big proponent of doing everything we can to continue to stabilize original Medicare with the supplements, as well as allow the Advantage plans to continue to have their place in the system, because those options help spread out where people are getting their coverage from, which does help risk and so many other things.
Listen, we have got the big picture and your big picture at heart. We understand that there are so many moving parts. We want to try to make it seamless. We have a wonderful event coming up. He's going to remind you of that. We're going to run the seminars again, tell you about the webinar, and I'm going to explain all the things you need to know to be able to get locked in. So go ahead, Lance.
Yeah, so again, I'll start with the Flourish Group and Sean and the great work he's doing with Community Connect division of our company, where basically we've been working to connect with some of the top names in the region in the financial planner space and elder law space, disability attorneys. We have great relationships with Lifespan, a lot of community centers. And again, our goal is to make sure that we're providing holistic opportunities to people that are in this space, right? So on April 21st at 5:30 in Cranberry, you don't want to miss the Flourish, the Future Retirement panel with the Flourishing Group. It's going to be a fun night, free night, going to be refreshments, prizes, but a lot of expert guidance. If you're 60 years old and you're starting to think about what is this all going to look like, you don't want to miss this event. And then we also have our seminars coming up. And again, who are these seminars for? I do still get that question a lot. If you're going to be new to Medicare in the next 12 months, so maybe you're 64, maybe you're 63 and a half, maybe you're 67, have continued working, but now you're getting ready to retire and you're really thinking about this, you want to come. Cost, coverage, how to set your budget, how to sign up for Medicare, what is an Advantage plan, what is a supplement, all of that. April 9th, 5 p.m., UPMC Health Plan, Neighborhood Center. April 14th, we're going to be at West Mifflin Holiday Inn Express on Lebanon Church Road. April 21st, Pine Community Center in Wexford. The 28th, UPMC Harbor Gardens on Metropolitan Street. May 5th, UPMC Health Plan Monroeville, and then the 12th, we're going to be at the Hampton Inn in Butler. All the times are on the website.
You know, another reason why you are the top choice, you have these great relationships with these carriers. I mean, you're going to be at 3 of UPMC's branded places, and that means that they must have a whole lot of confidence in what you do.
Yeah, they have a ton of trust in us. We love that brand. You know, we also, obviously we're at the AHN neighborhood hospitals. Yep. Love that brand. Great relationships there. We're the only organization that they're working with related to these educational seminars. So, you know, we appreciate their trust in us, and we are committed to providing education first, so that people understand what their options are so they can make great decisions.
Here's what I believe has happened, even in the time that I've known you for a handful of years. It's like whether it's your job training, driving an automobile, operating something, managing your mortgage, balancing your checkbook, putting your taxes together. It isn't that one hit, meaning that certain time of the season. It's continuing education, and that's what you guys do, and that's why people need to stay plugged in, because the education never stops, because this stuff evolves. Even the littlest thing, like you were talking about how many stars for certain, you know, programs and aspects and opportunities. That's what they're about, continuing education.
Yeah, for sure. And what I don't know if some people realize, like if they have a Medicare Advantage plan and they go and they do their annual wellness visit,
right?
That one helps the plan, right? Because they are able to detect early, but those people generally get a gift card in the mail for doing that. If they go and get their mammogram, if they go get a colonoscopy, the companies are going to send them gift cards for doing that, because it's more cost effective for doing that. And it's a thank you for saying, hey, thank you for helping us keep this affordable.
With all the things that happen when you're on Medicare, maybe I need to pull the plug so I can have a social life again.
There you go. You go line dancing, big dog.
There you go. Before I let you go, you're the biggest sports buff I know. You and Sean did an hour with me on Facebook Live at Coons Market, and it was like he'd been working his whole life in sports. And he's good, but I know you're really good. So I got to ask you, Connor Griffin, really special day.
Yeah, special day yesterday. Showed a lot of poise. Looked great in the field. You know, there's a lot of talk about, you know, five-tool players, and, you know, he showed the speed in scoring the run. You know, he showed some good defense. You know, obviously can hit the ball, some plate discipline with the walk. You know, so looks like it could be pretty special. You know what it reminds me of in some way? When Andrew McCutcheon came up.
And by the way, I'm happy for him. He's doing okay in Texas.
Yeah.
And that worked out okay for everybody. Here's the last thing. Number 21, the draft. What do you think the Steelers are going to do?
Man, I don't know. I mean, I'm interested to see if they're going to try to trade up.
Well, they got 12 picks.
Yeah, they got 12 picks, so I don't know if they're going to try to move up. But, you know, I was surprised that, you know, we lost the offensive lineman this year.
I think they're going to do that.
Yeah, I think they're going to go O-line.
Listen, I can't thank you enough. Enjoy your holiday weekend. May your family continue to be blessed. And I know how important your faith is to you. And you got a lot of good people working at MediConnect.
Thanks, buddy. I hope you have a great weekend as well.
All right, there he goes. Lance O'Brien. Always you can tell it's the first Saturday of the month when he is here. Sean, next week, lots of good stuff from him. But in the meantime, stay with us because we've got the guys from True Value as we continue this Holy Saturday, this weekend for Easter, of course, Passover on KDKA with your Pat Pack. They're next, right after Rob checks the news. 2 minutes away, KDKA.
The preceding was paid for by MediConnect. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Pittsburgh Mayor Corey O'Connor. Very atypical with the NFL draft and all the things that are going on.
We're all excited. You know, it's coming fast. But we also want Pittsburghers, and I say this wherever I go, this is also your city, this is your draft. We're going to have hundreds of thousands of people coming from across the country, but we want Pittsburghers to be ambassadors.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Don't delay in getting that plumbing repair done. Call Palucci Plumbing today for all of your plumbing needs. From trenchless sewer repair and waterline repairs and replacement, hot water tanks, sewer camera inspections, to Pittsburgh potty repairs, no job is too small for Palucci Plumbing. Owners Amy and Nick Palucci have been in business for 26 years, so give them a call for your next plumbing repair or replacement. Palucci Plumbing, 412-782-5050. That's 412-782-5050.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 68 degrees in Pittsburgh International at 10 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. In Ingram, police want to know who's responsible for breaking into and damaging several cars. The incidents happened recently on West Prospect Avenue, Chartiers Place, and Knoll Avenue. Police in Ingram asking anyone with security camera footage in the area to contact Ingram Police. Police in Braddock charging 3 adults and a minor after a drug and gun bust at a home. Search warrant was executed at a home on Corey Avenue, and that's where police found fentanyl, handgun, multiple magazines, firearm accessories. Those charged are adults Jawan Coachman, Nathaniel Scott, and Nakia Enoch, along with an unnamed minor. Tesla caught fire in the parking garage of the Giant Eagle Market District store in Shadyside. Firefighters responded around 8 o'clock Friday night. Tesla was charging when the vehicle's battery caught on fire. That fire was put out. No one was injured. No nearby cars. The building was not harmed. Store was evacuated, closed for the night. Market District at Shadyside is back open. A Ross Township man is accused of buying hundreds of guns later tied to crimes across multiple states. Benjamin Ford is a battery foreman at U.S. Steel's Clairton plant. He's charged with 6 counts of illegally selling or transferring firearms. Investigators say he bought more than 200 guns between 2013 and 2024, with the bulk of them being purchased since 2020. Investigators say 6 of those firearms were later recovered in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and New York. Ford's attorney is Phil DeLucente.
When you have 200 guns that are registered to you, who knows what happened? It's not as if my client would take an inventory every morning of every single gun that might be available to him.
Ford now faces multiple felony charges. Well, go fish. Statewide trout season opens today. Tim Schaefer, executive director of the Pennsylvania Fish and Boat Commission, says they'll stock about 3.2 million adult trout in about 685 streams and 130 lakes open to public angling.
And we stock all those fish both pre-season and in season. We'd like to remind anglers that opening day really is just opening day. It's the first day of trout season, and we stock throughout the spring, and we welcome anglers to help us put the fish in the water. If anybody would like to join in one of our trout stockings, Just check out fishandvote.com, and you'll see the locations of where they all are, and happy to have them join us.
Anglers who plan to fish from a boat, canoe, kayak, or paddleboard must wear a life jacket through April 30th. KDKA Radio News Time are coming up on 10:03. Time to visit RomeMonuments.com. Life is a journey to remember. Memorialize that journey. RomeMonuments.com. AccuWeather forecast next.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Gusty showers and storms early this morning give way to periods of clouds and sun today and a very warm day with a high of 84, breaking the record of 83. But rain returns tonight with a gusty thunderstorm, the low 49, leading to a couple of morning showers early on Easter Sunday, then cloudy and cooler, high 53, with a shower Monday, high 53. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's time for the KDKA Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value. KDKA's Home Improvement Hour is an informational program sponsored by True Value. The information featured is intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about home improvement. Individual home improvement should be referred to your personal contractor. This is 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Mid-80s yesterday, going to be in the 80s today. Holiday weekend, I know, family, friends, things to do. You got a ham to cook, but get outside, kick up some dirt, have some fun. I've already mowed my yard 2 times, and I think I may do it again this weekend because it is growing. So what do you need to do as far as your yard? All of the product, all the equipment. Right now, True Value Home Improvement Show, 866-391-1020. Our fearless leader, Andy Amrine, is off. He's spending time at the farm in Ohio with his family. But Mike Broniszewski is here, and our man Paul from R.C. Walters & Son is here as well. So, Mr. Sarver, True Value Rental, let's begin outside on what is going to be another very warm day in western Pennsylvania.
Yeah. These temperatures are so warm. Like, I was at the ball game yesterday, right? And that's the first time that's been that warm for opening day that I could ever recall. So that was a lot of fun. But yeah, that warm temperatures really gets the ground going, gets the earth moving. Things start to grow right away. So, I mean, it's a great reminder. I was thinking driving here today, the spring is such an important timing for your lawn specifically. You want to get that pre-emergent down, and you have that window. And again, we talk about it every spring. You never know how long that window is going to be, when that window is going to open, and when it's going to close. We're pretty much in that window right now. So you want to get a pre-emergent down there. That's that first step of fertilizer. That not only does it fertilize the lawn, but it also prevents weeds from growing, not just crabgrass. Crabgrass is the headliner, if you will, on the bag, but it's a pre-emergent, so it doesn't allow seeds to germinate. So you don't need to worry about that for your lawn because your lawn's already germinated, right? So it feeds the lawn and it prevents weeds from growing. So there's a very, very finite period of time that you need to get the pre-emergent down. And a lot of times that gets missed, and folks move right into the weed and feed, and you miss the opportunity to control the crabgrass, which will typically come late summer into early fall. So very important to make sure you take the time to get that pre-emergent down soon, within the next few weeks.
Well, also, don't forget, it's a perfect time to put the lime down at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
We got to make sure get that Magical down, get that pH level up. That prevents the growth of the weeds, makes your weeds not grow as well. I mean, that lime and Magical, that when we suggest that, there's a good reason for that. Your weeds like more acidic soil than your grass. Your grass likes sweeter soil. So you bring that sweetness up to a level where the weeds don't grow as well, but the grass grows better. You don't have the problems with the weeds you would normally have. I mean, that is a great thing to do.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to get that pH in that right range, ranging from like 6 to 6.4. People, we talk about testing the soil, and you can do that. But generally speaking, you need that pH needs raised in your soil. We can almost guarantee that here in Western Pennsylvania.
Absolutely. I haven't brought someone hasn't brought one in yet. Even if they put lime down once a year, that's a above a 5.5. I mean, it doesn't matter. Even if they lime every year, they're still not sweet enough.
And obviously, we talk about that too. It's almost if you don't do anything else, that's the most important thing.
Absolutely.
Is to get that pH level right. And there's a couple ways to do that. Lime, we do sell the lime in a pelletized form. We have powder too, but that's kind of gone by the
Powder's
wayside.
a pain in the butt.
It's really hard to dispense the powder evenly into the lawn, so you can get pelletized lime. It works fine. The challenge with regular pelletized limestone, it's generally speaking 4 to 6 to 9 months it takes that pelletized lime to start raising the pH level.
Also, you got to remember how much you have to buy. I mean, that 40-pound bag only does 1,000 square feet. So not only do you have to buy lots of bags to do your yard, you have to apply it twice to get it on heavy enough to actually make a difference. It takes a long time to release. And that's just more work putting that down. I mean, it's just that much more work to actually apply the lime.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so there's options out there. Jonathan Green makes that product we love. I'm sure folks hear it all the time, Magical, because it's such an effective product. It's more of a pelletized calcium-based product that raises the pH level much, much quicker. I mean, within weeks, it'll start activating into the lawn. So that's a great thing to do, too. And we get a lot of questions, too, a lot of times fertilizers. Like a lot of people are like, I don't want to put fertilizer down because I don't want the grass to grow crazy. Well, it's actually a really great thing. There's so many different levels of nitrogen and soluble levels of that nitrogen. The nitrogen is what gives you the greening. A good quality fertilizer like a Green Thumb or Jonathan Green has some nitrogen that releases immediately, and then some a little bit later, and some a little bit later, and a little later. So you get a nice even greening. And it also, too, even if you don't like mowing so much, it strengthens the lawn, it thickens the lawn, it makes the lawn healthier. So you're really better off to get onto a good fertilizing program. But yeah, a lot of things to do too. I mean, outside cleaning up. I was a big proponent of the Wet and Forget. It's an amazing cleaner for outside everywhere. Right? We all have that little moss and algae that's on and you could spray it on your patio covers if everything's still covered right now, and patio stone. You simply spray Wet and Forget and let the rain wash it off, and it does an amazing job.
Next Saturday, April the 11th, Michelle will be here from Coast of Maine, so we're going to have a chance to get caught up.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
So any questions you have right now about your lawn specifically, because it is that time of year, give us a call, 866-391-1020. As we roll into the spring, these are the products that you need, but the great thing about True Value, there's always savings.
There's always saving. We've got great deals going on at all your local True Value stores. And, that's the thing. It's fundamentally a good thing. Not only do we have some of the greatest pricing out there, forget the big box stores. You can find the highest quality products at really good prices. But even more than that, you get that custom service, that one-on-one to get the right product.
Exactly.
The right quantity of whatever product it might be as well, too. So not only are we right there pound for pound or better on straight up pricing, the value proposition is really a difference maker in your local True Value store.
I mean, that's one of the biggest things we do we do have that support of one of the largest hardware organizations in the world, but we are all independently owned and operated. I mean, we all do our own thing. We all we all have our own little niches that we do, but yet we have that support of that organization that is so large that they can get us prices on stuff and make us be able to compete with the big boys.
Yeah, absolutely. So hopefully, folks, get on the line, give us calls, whatever's on your mind. The hardware store's open, if you will. It doesn't have to be lawn. I mean, that's kind of a topic right now because of the warm temperatures. But anything you might want to be involved with, even interior painting, plumbing, electrical, any issues you got going on to your home, we're here to take the calls today.
All right, so what about cracks in concrete? You don't want to really replace the entire slab or whatever it may be. We always talk about ways to patch it up. Go ahead.
Well, slab is one of my favorite caulking sealants out there by a company called Shasco. So yeah, small cracks in the concrete, which all typically form outside of winter, right? Mm-hmm. We get that freeze and thaw. We used a lot of ice melter this year too. So and regardless even what quality ice melter you use, you still typically have freeze and thaw. Sometimes it's hard to even avoid that entirely, and that's what challenges concrete. So concrete's expensive. And again, back to the point of saving money, your local True Value store, we can help you with any concrete or blacktop surface, sealing it, patching it, whatever you might need to do. But you're right, Rob, it's cracks. There's some great products out there. There's caulk backing rods. So if you have a big crack, you could put this foam rod down first, and then put what I like slab. I think it's what it's called, right? Slab from the Shasco. And there's other ones out there, but it's a really good one. Then you could put that over top. You caulk it just like you're going to caulk a crack on a wall that you're going to paint. And it does a great job of not allowing water to penetrate down in there to exacerbate the freeze and thaw when winter comes again.
All right, you're always bringing gifts, Paul. So what is this Kill Team Warhammer 40,000?
Well, this is a new thing that my son has brought in over the wintertime, and it is a table game that actually uses figurines and stuff that you paint. Now, I was thrilled for bringing this in because of the colors of paint choices. Over the last couple years, we've had issues getting model paints, which we used to be a big thing for us to sell in specialty brushes. And they have all that stuff that I have brought in for these models, but just in general, if you need a small, really, really small container of a yellow paint for a hobby project, I have it now, which before I didn't. But this is something that I was impressed. The younger generation's really into this. This is like Dungeons and Dragons and things like that. Don't know too much about it, but I know my son and his friends are really into this. And I've had some customers come in their 40s and 50s, and they really are really into this stuff. And I've been impressed on what it is.
Well, a testament to the uniqueness of all your True Value stores.
Yeah, exactly.
No two True Value stores are going to be the same. They morph to the community. They stock products that are different and exciting and
unique.
And unique.
Very unique. I mean, we're one of the few dealers in Western Pennsylvania that actually stock this product. So this is something new for us. And they have collectible items that they come out that only make for 6 months, and they're done.
TrueValue.com. You can go there online to find your nearest True Value store. Just put in your zip code. You can find them all around the country. We've got almost 5,000 branded True Value stores, and we almost have 9,000 stores in our organization altogether. But the stores that help out with the True Value Home Improvement Hour are stores like Daniel's Discount and Appliance True Value, Piper True Value Hardware and Supply. Yeah, Eddie's having his, what would he call it? The Warmathon? Not Warmageddon. What was it again? I forget. He's selling worms out there, Piper. I don't know. You can call Eddie and we'll find out. I thought he was supposed to call in, but maybe we'll get him on the line. R.C. Walters and Sons True Value, Slippery Rock True Value, EB True Value Hardware, and Sarver True Value Hardware.
We'll come back and we'll find a way to worm our way out of what we were just doing there. In moments, we'll see if we can get Eddie on too. 866-391-1020.
Your source for the AccuWeather forecast. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Folks, appliances are big purchases. That's why I recommend Voss TV and Appliance, family-owned since 1960. Megan, Tracy, the entire Voss team are experts. They know appliances and TVs inside and out. They take the guesswork of shopping and provide helpful advice before, during, and after your purchase. Having knowledgeable people on your side that you can trust matters. Shop Voss's South Hill showroom. Go to VossTV.com or call 412-650-VOSS, 412-650-VOSS. Voss TV and Appliance. The lowest prices, guaranteed.
If you want to know how good it feels to get professional paint work inside your home, go with CertaPro Painters. Hi, this is Larry Richard, and a big opportunity right now. Take advantage of the spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th. And remember, each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Join us April 10th through 12th for the Butler County Home Show at the Family Sports Center on Route 68. Presented by Armstrong Comfort Solutions. With free admission. Find specialists for all your home improvement needs. Sponsored by Mike Kelly Automotive.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
The Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value.
I like to be the first at everything because I just like to be number one. This is what I have for you, you Pittsburgh Pirate fans, that I saw by the thousands coming in. It looked as though it was a PennDOT convention. It's those orange cones. If you want one, we're going to tell you how you can get one. But Ed Piper is up and running. We're going to get to him in a moment, too. It's a big day.
Wow.
But before we get to him, let's get to True Value because...
Yeah, we were really excited. I went to the ball game yesterday, and to be honest, I have to admit, I missed the cone thing, but now I know what's going on. And so the fluorescent orange cones there that are going to be a big tie-in with fun at the ballpark with the Pirates right now. We saw a lot of folks bringing in the orange cones into the ballpark. And, of course, your True Value store stock orange cone. So it just happened to be so you can come in and get your official Pirate orange cone to take into the ballpark or just drive around with it. So it's always a good thing to have. But yeah, all your local True Value stores either have them or I'm sure soon going to get them. But certainly out in Sarver, we sell a lot of cones.
Bring me one next week.
Is that going to be the terrible cone for you?
The terrible cone.
Listen,
yeah, there you go.
They were calling them cone heads. They had a whole video going on at the ballpark yesterday.
This is the first. Now you know where to get them. True Value. So get to Mike's place and get them in that True Value store. Now, Ed Piper, speaking of True Value stores, he is out in Mars, PA, and this is something that I must say is another first for me. So go ahead, Ed. Good morning.
Okay, Rob. Well, we like to do things a little bit different in Mars. So today's the day before Easter. We got the coolest Easter eggs you're ever going to find right here. They are farm fresh. I'm going to try and get the camera on these because you really got to appreciate them. This, in my hand, is a dozen quail eggs. So we have quail eggs, duck eggs, and chicken eggs, all of them farm fresh. This is all pasture-raised stuff. This is Pittsburgh Pastures. If you're not familiar with this guy, he raises wonderful, farm fresh, all-natural, organic, pasture-raised chickens and eggs, including duck eggs. And you can pick them up here today. He's vending out on the sidewalk. This is a great thing and super cool, especially for the kids. The other thing, of course, today is Wormarama.
Oh, that's what it was. Warmer. I couldn't remember what it was. I was calling it Warmageddon, but that wasn't right.
It could be if you buy enough of them, Mike. You never know. They could take over.
And by the way, today is the first day of trout season, too, I might add.
Yeah, you got to put that in there, too.
Yep. Go ahead, Eddie.
It is. It's the first day of trout season. We do have guys buying these worms for fishing. But, boy, if you want some composting worms for your raised bed garden, we got the thing for you. I'm going to put the camera on these just to get an idea of what we're talking about. These worms eat like you cannot believe. This is a pail of stuff that I gave them to eat this morning. I'll put the camera on that.
There you go.
There are, in my hand right now, I'm holding about 250 worms. And they're eating the compost faster than I can put it down for them. So if you're into organic gardening, this is the place to be to pick up some great composting worms. Rob, thanks for having me on today. It's always fun. Of course, KDKA True Value Home Improvement Hour, 25, 26, 27, 30 years running. It's because we do cool stuff like this.
And by the way, I haven't seen anybody eat like that since me during the pandemic. So, listen, keep up the great work.
You were bigger than the worms, though, Rob.
Yes, I was. Hey, enjoy and keep up the great work. That's why we love you.
Thanks so much, Rob. Have fun.
All right.
That's what separates True Value.
Again, all special.
Yep.
300 Marshall Way, Mars, Pennsylvania. Go out and see Eddie Piper at Piper True Value Hardware.
So going on today at R.C. Walter and Sons, we got AJ's outside cooking on the green egg again, and he got some new toys in. So that's what's making him out there cook today. He got his pizza wedge in for the green egg, which allows you to open up the green egg and keeps the lid partially open, so you have a way to put your pizzas in and out. But he's doing today, because we got our cast iron pie irons came in a couple days ago. He's actually using that to make mountain pies. So he's going to make some turkey and cheese mountain pies, some ham and cheese mountain pies, and he also got some pie fillings to make some, I believe it's apple or blueberry mountain pies. So that's what he's going to be doing today out in the parking lot.
All right, so listen, speaking of the parking lot, orange cones in Western Pennsylvania, you know them as much as you know anything. Everybody now buying in with the Pirates. Big game this weekend, of course, today and tomorrow with Baltimore. They don't play till 4 o'clock, so plenty of time to get out to True Value.
Yeah, get out to your local True Value stores. They're all open today on Saturday, so you can go and check out your local True Value store. And of course, like I said, we're having fun with the worms and what was it again, the Kill Team thing. But also, it's time for spring.
Yes, absolutely.
Cutting, pruners, loppers, some of the best brands out there, like Green Thumb, makes an incredible lineup of exterior pruners. And we could talk about pruners. We get a lot of questions whether I need an anvil pruner or a bypass pruner. A lot of folks don't realize, like, when you have that little handheld pruner, there's two different ones, and you really need both of them. The anvil one is more of a cut straight down, right? And that's for dead branches. When you're trying to trim live branches, you need a bypass pruner. So very important to have both in your arsenal. Whether you're cutting up dead branches, you'd want to use the anvil pruners. And the same thing applies with the loppers too. So either long-handled or short-handled are the two different variants of those pruners out there. So yeah, a lot going on out there. A lot of exciting things out there to get done outside.
Also, don't forget about you got your tree pruners too. Mm-hmm. The pole pruners for trimming your trees, and also your hedge clippers. You have the manual hedge clippers, which also do a wonderful job for you.
All right, and speaking of wonderful job, we take care of all of our callers, so if you have any questions, give us a call, especially those lawn questions, 866-391-1020. Here's Dawn in McKees Rocks. Hey, Dawn.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, I was calling in regards to a hornet's nest. I looked out the window just last night. I was wondering what this big thing is. It's as big as a basket of flowers.
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe it. It's huge. It's hanging like right from the draining up above, And I don't know where that came from. We never had anything that big before. I was just wondering, what can I get, or do I have to call in a professional?
Well, you can call in a professional for that if you're concerned about getting out there and getting stung. That's not a problem, and I do recommend doing that to a lot of people. We also do sell sprays for those. Now, the sprays for your hornets and your bees, they do spray a long distance. They are not something you have to be right on top of them with. They will spray over 20 feet plus, so you can stand on the ground and shoot them from a safe distance. But I do recommend when you do that is to do it in the evening or in the early morning when most of them are inside. I don't want you doing it in the middle of the day when most of them are out. But that is something you can very easily do. Or, like I said, if you are concerned about that, you can call professional in, and they will definitely take care of that problem for you.
And by the way, a friend of ours here at the station, Steve Rapaski, Bee Control of Pittsburgh. That's Bee Control of Pittsburgh. He can handle that if you feel as though you need a professional.
Yeah, and it's a great thing. You could do this on your own. It is a little unnerving, and especially if you've got a larger nest like Dawn was just suggesting. One of the things I would suggest as well, too, they make two different versions of it, a straight-up liquid and a foaming one. Now, as soon as this hornet and wasp spray hits the hornets and wasps, it'll kill them immediately. So that's the good thing about it. What I usually suggest, if you can aim. There's usually an entrance hole, at the bottom of a large hornet's nest typically. Start with that. Push the button down, and basically I'd unload the whole can on that and saturate the hornet nest itself. That liquid will saturate the hornet nest and kill them from the inside out before they can even come out of the nest.
So that's Bee Control.
I'm allergic to them.
Yeah, but then you know what? You better call Bee Control of Pittsburgh. Steve Rapaski, Bee Control of Pittsburgh. Yeah, if you're allergic, you don't want to mess around.
No, not at all.
All right, 866-391-1020. Got about a minute before the break. Here are some things you may want to pick up on this sunny day at a True Value store near you.
Yeah, what I'd suggest to get out there and, a good lawn edger. This is the time of the year, too. The first thing we'd like to do is get out there and edge those mulch beds that you have. Over the winter, they soften and they cave over. There's nothing better looking than that clean edge. When you get that half moon edger, or you can rent power edgers. We do that as well, too. But get that great clean edge, a straight up and down edge, and then you can get some fresh mulch in there, and the lawn will look amazing.
Makes it look real professional when you get that nice clean edge in there. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
The good thing about cutting grass this year, you really don't have any weeds to deal with.
No, yeah, and that's the funny thing is folks come in and they're looking at weed and feed. I want to get a bag of weed and feed, and that's why we try to talk them again, save them money. Weed and feed fertilizers right now kill broadleaf weeds, and it does them on the surface of the weed. All right, so the problem there is that the broadleaf weeds are just generally not activated right now. Basically, you go out there on the lawn, you don't see any dandelions out there yet. They're coming, and that's why I was really pressing on the fact that we want to get the first fertilizer down first. That crabgrass preventator, whether it's Green Thumb, Jonathan Green, we're doing an incredible special on the Green Thumb fertilizer in that first step, the crabgrass preventator. That way you can get a good setup on the lawn. The lawn starts to grow thick before we start to see the dandelions come. That's the second phase. That's usually in May or June.
All right, so 866-391-1020. 2 more segments with the guys from True Value. Whatever's on your mind, give us a call. Next hour, Andrea Benacki. Then the final hour, we pay tribute to my favorite, Lamont. Still the best view in Pittsburgh. All still today with your Pratt Pack, KDKA.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Want a health plan that travels with you? With UPMC Health Plan, you can access care wherever you are. That's access to UPMC doctors and hospitals, local providers, plus urgent and emergency care nationwide through the Cigna Healthcare PPO network. What's more, you get 24/7 access to virtual care. All this with award-winning customer service from their healthcare concierge team. When your employer gives you a choice of health insurance plans, choose UPMC Health Plan.
Pittsburgh is on the clock. Our comprehensive draft coverage is powered by Bowser Chevrolet. It's more than just the players. It's the vibe of the city. Where to go? What to do? We have you covered. It's presented by Target Freight Management and brought to you by your local AAA travel office and by Groundworks, formerly Baker's Waterproofing. On the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 70 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 10:30. I'm Rob Taylor. Well, if you're ready to fish, trout season in Pennsylvania officially opens today. If you're planning to participate, here are some certain requirements for anglers.
Yep. If you're going to fish on the opening day of trout season or any time in Pennsylvania, you need to have a valid fishing license. And then if you'd like to fish for trout, you need to purchase a trout permit, which is an additional privilege, but that allows you to pursue and harvest trout throughout trout season.
As Tim Schaefer, Executive Director of the Fish and Boat Commission, he says more information can be found at fishandboat.com. KDK Radio News Time, it's 10:31 now. Our next update's at 11. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDK.
Pros, just because something on the job runs out doesn't mean you have to. Order it on the Lowe's app. My Lowe's Pro Rewards members get free same-day delivery on eligible orders over $25. Get the fasteners, hardware, or tools you need to keep the job moving. Order by 2 p.m. and get eligible in-stock items delivered right to your job site by 8 p.m. Members get more at Lowe's. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Subject to availability. Restrictions and terms at lowes.com/shipping terms. Subject to change.
At EasyCater, we believe every workday gets better with great food. The 9 a.m. staff meeting? How about breakfast burritos and lots of coffee? Big client presentation at noon? Let's do Mediterranean bowls. Accounting's gotta work late. Keep them pepped up with spicy noodles. With EasyCater, you get a huge variety of favorite restaurants with tools to help meet dietary needs and stay on budget, all on one platform. So make every workday better with EasyCater. Start an order at easycater.com.
Shopping for replacement windows? Metropolitan Window Company elevates your shopping experience.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you'll experience personalized knowledge, expertise, and professionalism from our first visit to your home until our craftsmen complete your installation.
We're the window company that people want in their homes, and our exclusive Infinity by Marvin 100% fiberglass windows are the windows people love.
They're built for life. They are the strongest, longest-lasting windows you can buy.
And we have a great selection of colors and finishes. Experience Metropolitan Window Company. Stop by our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
30, time would have been 30, no, would have been 30, being 30, been 29. If that'll help, been 29,000.
Get ready to bid on the equipment you need in the Ritchie Brothers Northeast Regional Auction on May 5th. Inventory is housed at locations in Pittsburgh, North Franklin, and Northeast Maryland, with in-person inspections available. Bid on a wide selection of construction and transportation equipment. Don't miss this great opportunity. Visit rbauction.com/Pittsburgh to sign up. Again, that's rbauction.com/Pittsburgh.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Early morning showers and storms give way to clouds and sun today with a high of 84. That would break the record of 83. Rain returns for tonight, some of it heavy with a gusty thunderstorm, the low 49. Then Easter Sunday starts with a couple of showers, then cloudy and cooler, high 53, with a mix of clouds and sun Monday and another shower, high 53. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program is paid for by True Value.
The Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value.
All right, to the phones we go. True Value Home Improvement Show. Let's go to Bethel Park and say hello to Jack. Jack, good morning. You're on KDKA.
Good morning, and thank you for taking my call. Andy's store is my go-to place, so this question might be for Andy. We have a cement driveway that tapers down to the asphalt street. And when they asphalt the street, they always wind up putting some of the asphalt up into my driveway as a taper in at that apron, basically. So what I have is like a 1-inch high asphalt that when I squirt my driveway, the water goes right down there, and that's like a little dam. But it also, the water erodes all that asphalt. And I was wondering, is there some kind of a sealer or maybe a caulking that I can put along that edge of that driveway, along that asphalt to prevent the water from eroding it?
Yeah, absolutely.
It does make a mess.
Yeah, absolutely, Jack. There certainly is. A company called Blackjack. Blackjack makes a caulking tube, which is basically exactly what you're looking for. It's a asphalt caulking product that's in a caulking tube, and you can do that right along an edge, so it's a bit thicker. It does a nice, great bonding right between the two. They also make it in a gallon formula, and it's a little different consistency in the gallon. The gallon is typically used for cracks and what have you, but that could be used as well too. So you could do a couple different ways. You can use that Blackjack caulking, asphalt caulking, to go along the edge, or you can use the gallon size of it and invert the bottle. It basically comes invert the bottle. You cut the top off of it, and then you squeeze the gallon along there. And you can come with get a Topeka brush, any kind of natural bristle brush it back and forth, and do that as well, or do both. You can caulk it with the caulk, let that set and dry, and then come back with the gallon formula, which, like I said, is a little different consistency. It's a little bit more. There's more viscosity in the gallon formula, so you can do either or both, but those would be the products you'd want to use.
Well, fantastic. This is exactly what I wanted to hear, and I thank you for that information. I'll be in Andy's store this week to get it.
All right,
No
awesome.
problem.
Jack knows, so he doesn't need to know this, but anybody else listen, that EV True Value Hardware, that's in Library Road, Bethel Park, Pennsylvania.
All right, so aeration, talk to me about it.
Aeration is very important. It's a great 2 times of the year to do it, is spring and fall, and we're getting into that great time because you want the ground wet. You don't want it too wet. but you don't want it too dry either. So a good aeration, but it does so many different things. So and usually the best thing to do with an aerator is to rent them. We rent them out at Sarver. I believe, I'm sure Andy has them there, and as EV True Value Rental as well too. But the aerating plug is better than the spike. There's a couple different types of aeration. There's spike aeration or plug aeration. So the plug will actually push down into a tube and then pull out a plug out of the ground, and it does a few different things. So one, it allows the lawn to soften to be more airable. So like it's not as compacted as I guess what I'm trying to say. And then second feature from that once that happens, it's a great opportunity for nutrients and water to get down in there, especially if you want to overseed. Okay, we can talk about overseeding, whether or not you're using a pre-emergent or not, because that's an issue. So overseeding, a lot of times that's why aeration in the fall combined with overseeding is an awesome thing to do, but it allows that soil to soften. It allows nutrients and everything to get into your lawn, and it does an amazing job to set you up. Now, mind you too, you might see somebody's yard who did that. So for a week or so, you see those plugs.
Yes.
Don't do anything. You don't need to rake them up or anything like that. They'll actually just break apart and go right back into the soil again in a few days, especially after a rain or two.
Yeah, and the other thing you have to remember when you are renting those, remember those plug aerators are on the heavy side.
Oh my goodness! Yes.
Yes. So I mean, don't think you're going to come down in your hatchback and get one of those aerators and put in the back of your car.
We just got two brand new ones in from this is a company called Billy Goat, and it's a great.
Yes.
Billy Goat is a wonderful company because it's an all-American made company. They make everything here in America. Billy Goat. They have brush cutters and aeration tools and lawn edgers and things like that. And it's certainly something you don't want to buy. You don't want to buy an aerator.
No, they're expensive.
Very expensive. They're thousands of dollars, and besides, you're going to use them at most twice a year.
Once or twice a year.
So, yeah, great thing to do is go out and get an aeration product. We prefer the Billy Goat brand. They do an amazing job. The new one we have right now, aerating plugs, has a little lever on it. So, if you come to the sidewalk, it's not the drum. There's a drum type. So, the drum, you got to really wrestle it over top of your sidewalk or sprinkler head, anything like that, to drop it back down again. A lot of the better pluggers now, you can hit a lever, pulls up the tines, go over whatever obstacle you may need to go to, and then drop it down again.
I knew a barber once that bought one of them, and on the weekends he would go out and aerate people's lawns and make a couple $100.
Well, there you go. Well, yeah, you can do it as a business for sure.
Absolutely. All right, 866-391-1020, whatever's on your mind, we'd love to hear from you. Phones are starting to fill up, as they normally do, once we get to the third segment of the show. Next hour, Andrea Benacchi is here at AAA Central talking travel.
Awesome. Love to travel. I think we got an Italy planning up. I'm going to hit Milan in the fall and then up to the Dolomites, I understand. So I don't know all the details yet. I don't like to know the details. I'll let the dust settle until I find out where we're going.
Big trip planned for me. I'm going to be visiting Bloomfield. Then I'm going to go to Polish Hill. I'm going to handle everything. I'm going to see all these great places in Pittsburgh. But I do have to say one thing about Pittsburgh. You and I were both there yesterday. Pittsburgh looked great yesterday.
Oh, it's amazing. Yeah, the town was rocking. It was a lot of excitement. Of course, it's neat to see all the draft stuff. I guess I gig out on all the back scene stuff for the so all over by the Clark Building right there. All the rental equipment, all the staging they have to go to put up this big stage. It's going to be an exciting time for the town, and of course the ball game was a blast, sellout, most energy I've seen. They were saying since the Cueto days, and back remember Cincinnati when Cueto dropped the ball. Yeah, so we haven't had that kind of excitement at the ballpark since then. So hopefully, I think there's no doubt this town is a baseball town. It's a baseball town, and you give them a good product on the field, on the diamond, you're going to see those crowds come out, and it's going to be a lot of fun.
And if you want an orange cone, raise the cone. Get out to Sarver True Value.
Get out and get a cone. If you don't know what's going on with the cone, just tune into a Pirate baseball game, and you'll get the idea of what's going on with these cones.
Listen, I know I've always been ahead of my time. Do you know? I can't tell you how long I've always been fascinated by those orange cones.
Yeah, there's difference. We sell 18-inch ones, 12-inch ones, 24-inch ones, some with reflective bands, some with not. And interesting, you can go down the cone rabbit hole. There's ones that are DOT certified because they have to have a certain certain amount of reflection on them and a certain level. Most people just don't need that. But they're a great thing to have. Like when Jack was just calling around too, like he's going to want to put a couple cones out, like after he puts down the blacktop sealer along that crack, put a cone or two because you don't want anybody driving over it until it's settled. So they're a great handy little thing to have around.
And with the draft coming, you may want to put a couple of cones out in front of your house if you live in Pittsburgh.
Replace the lawn chair, right?
Right. And if they make it to the World Series, we can go as cone heads for Halloween.
That's great. Paul, that's a good idea too. Don't need a chair out there to save your parking spot. Use your cone.
And
use your cone.
And they can handle the weather too.
They're made for that.
You don't have to bring your cone in when it gets cold out. They can
I'm telling you, that ballpark's going to be jumping today, and I can't tell you how many people are saying, I wish I had a cone. Get out to Valley. You can get a cone. All right, here we go. Sharon White Oak up next for the guys from True Value.
Well, I got to tell you, I have learned so much over the years listening to you folks. I can't believe it. And I'm always passing on the information, too. But I've got a problem now. And, I can't call it a flower bed because I don't grow flowers in it. I have some shrubs in it. And it has kind of a layer of mulch, pine bark mulch on it. And the end of last summer, it just got overrun by crabgrass. And I'm 78 years old. I can't bend down and pull it. I wanted to know, is there some product I can put on a flower bed or where not in grass, and just to kill the crabgrass that's in that area?
Well, that's a pretty easy one to use. I mean, the product specific for what you want to do is called Preen. And that is made for your flower beds to prevent grass and to prevent crabgrass to germinate from seeds. It's basically the same thing as the pre-emergent crabgrass control, just in a different format with some fertilizer. These products are easy to get. You can just put them down. I mean, I even have over the store, we have some corn gluten-based pre-emergents that are organic if you want to use something like that. I mean, that's not a problem. You can come over, we'll get you whatever you need, and we'll get you squared up. But if it's crabgrass is the problem, it's not actually germinated yet, use a pre-emergent, whether you use the Preen, whether you use crabgrass control on her, that'll take care of your problem.
It's a great call there, Paul, because, the other great neat thing about that, especially for Sharon, especially for all of us, it comes in a little shaker bottle.
Yes,
so you can just pop over the little shaker bottle, and you just shake it out there, too. So they make the regular Preen, which is, they got a couple different versions. They make just Preen, which is just a pre-emergent. You get the Preen with fertilizer, and then they make one with a corn gluten as well, too. So if you want to use it in your vegetable garden, ideal for that. We want the vegetables to grow, but we don't want weeds in our garden. So if you folks out there going to start a garden this year, there's one specific that True Value sells that is for gardens only. So it'll prevent the weeds from growing in and around your tomato plants and lettuce or what have you.
Yeah.
It doesn't hurt anything that's already growing.
Yes. It only prevents seeds from germinating.
Okay. And it won't hurt. I have another flower bed, so if I put it down, it won't hurt the flowers that are growing there?
It will not.
At all.
Will not.
Even if they come from a bulb or a tuber, it won't prevent them from growing. It only prevents seeds from germinating.
Oh, terrific. I knew you'd have the answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
No
Sharon.
problem, Sharon.
All right, stay with us. One more segment. We've got Lucy and Joe waiting in the wings for the guys from True Value.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKA-radio.com.
Timely, Colin McNichol at large. Bold, Colin McNichol at large. Spot on, Colin McNichol at large. Thought-provoking, Colin McNichol at large. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, Colin McNichol tackles the breaking public policy news of the day in a concise and forthright fashion. Tired of commentaries that say everything but nothing at all? Weary of weasel-worded opinions? Here's your breath of fresh air, Colin McNichol at large, and only at AlleghenyInstitute.org.
Join us April 10th through 12th for the Butler County Home Show at the Family Sports Center on Route 68. Presented by Armstrong Comfort Solutions with free admission. Find specialists for all your home improvement needs. Sponsored by Mike Kelly Automotive.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value.
Guys from True Value, Andrew Benacki. Next hour, then we pay tribute to the Lamont. A lot of things happening with that great restaurant, best view in town for the upcoming big football weekend, their summer menu and more. You don't want to miss the final hour of today's show. Here is Lucy, South Park. Lucy, you're on KDK. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. Thank you for taking my call.
Good morning, Lucy.
During that bad snowstorm, I shoveled the sidewalk, and I made a shortcut to the driveway to the garage, and I put rock salt down on the lawn. And now I have a path of dead grass from my sidewalk to the garage, and I don't know what to do about that.
Well, there's a lot of things you can do. So first off, we want to make sure the residual of the rock salt is gone away. Now, Mother Nature can do this over time. It'll liquefy. It'll essentially dilute the rock salt out of the soil, but that may take some time too. So there's a couple routes you can go. I mean, the extreme version would be you can rent a sod cutter and literally cut the dead grass out and then put fresh soil down and reseed again. That's probably going to be your best bet to do, because otherwise the rock salt residuals probably going to stay in the soil for quite a while. So you want to probably dig up as the dead grass, a little bit of the soil, put down some fresh soil, put down that Magical too, because we want the pH level right, and then reseed over top of that is probably your best bet. Now, it will come back on its own, but it will take some time. Like, I bet you, I'd hazard to guess by the time fall would come around, it would probably be bounced back at that point. So if, depending on what level of intensity you want to do, those would be my general suggestions.
If I didn't do anything at all, how long would it take to regenerate?
I think it'll be back by fall. Fall's a great time because, by the time fall comes back around again, that rock salt will be long gone, like in the soil, right? And then you're doing a few things along the route with the proper fertilization and the proper pH level control. We can get that grass growing again, and it may be sooner than the fall, but it will fix itself. It's not going to be dead forever. So grass seed has what they call rhizomes in it, so it shoots out laterally, so grass will start to thicken. And again, that's why we harp on a good fertilizing program and a good pH level program, because as soon as you do that, then the soil becomes vital and grows, and the grass is able to expand, and those rhizomes spread out, and then it chokes out other weeds. So those are the couple things you can do without having to get into the intensity of digging that up if you don't want to.
All right, let's go to Joe. Joe joins us now on KDK. Hey, Joe.
I had a gas line put in last December, so now I have a patch of grass or a patch of dirt 3 feet by 50 feet. I know Scott makes that easy seed in a jug, but it's just like a 1-gallon jug. I assume stuff like that's available in a 40-pound or 50-pound bag, right?
Yeah, they do.
I'm thinking that's the easiest way to do it.
Scott's makes that, and they make a 40-pound bag of it. I forget what it's called. It's like thick or something. And then
I only have the shaker containers.
Yeah, they do make larger bags. We sell the larger bags, and also Green Thumb also does that as well too. And folks out there listening, what Joe's talking about, it's always been an interesting thing for us in the grass seed world. They nowadays have these type of products where the grass seed is coated with a coating on it. So it's basically mulch, fertilizer, and grass seed all in one. So for patching opportunities, it really works quite well. So you don't have to do the separate grass seed and then fertilize and put some mulch on it as well. Now, in your particular side, you got that big, long section of that. So that could be an opportunity. Go the route of like the Black Beauty Ultra from Jonathan Green. It's a really high quality grass seed, and just put the grass seed on it. It'll catch and grow quite well. And often, sometimes you don't even need the mulch necessarily, especially in the springtime if you can keep on top of it. So yes, there is larger bags of the Scott's makes them, and Green Thumbs makes them, and also, like I said, you can go with just the straight up Jonathan Green Black Beauty Ultra.
Now, you mean I can just throw that seed down on this ground and walk away?
Just about, yes.
Yeah, I mean, we want to make sure the soil is in good condition, and that's where we sometimes talk about Love My Soil or Magical for the pH level. But to be honest, you should be doing that regardless anyhow, whether you get that patch down there or not. The Magical will get that calcium base of that soil ready to go. But yeah, no, you just need to overseed. And like I said, you don't even need to use that particular seed product that you're talking about. It certainly you can, but you can use just regular grass seed as well.
Okay, Doug. Thank you, guys.
Okay.
Yep.
Thanks,
Okay,
Joe.
have a good day, Joe. Let's go to Ann. Ann, you're up next. I believe this is the last call of the day. Go ahead, Ann.
Oh, thank you. I have an ant problem, so I'm going from my lawn to ants. Now, I've gotten this Taro ant killer, which is the bag that you just shake. There's the tiniest little things, and it's not working. What do you suggest?
Are the ants outside or inside?
They are now inside. They're coming up into my kitchen.
Okay, so originally they were outside. Now they're moving inside. Now on the inside of the house, you're going to want to use a ant bait of some kind. I know Taro makes a really, really good one. That's like a liquid bait. That's what I recommend for the inside of the house. There is a couple different manufacturers out there that make different baits, though.
Okay, ant bait. See, I've got the little sticky traps. They won't even go on those.
Yeah, I don't recommend the sticky traps.
Yeah.
I recommend the actual bait containers, and they have a sweet substance in that contains I can't remember what they contain inside of it, but it's really not an insecticide. Basically, it's a crystal that when they eat it, it basically cuts their insides open and it kills them that way. So it's something that they can't build immunity to. It's something, and then also when the ants do die, they take those back to the nest, the dead ones, and they recycle them, in a polite way of saying it, and kills more than just one.
Taro's great. I've used it. It's absolutely fantastic.
So that is another Taro?
Yes, it's a totally different product. It's made for inside, yes.
Okay, and it's just called
Taro ant bait. I can't remember the name of it.
Ant bait traps. Now we still sell the Taro. Started back in the day where I don't know if folks remember, but you put the Taro in a liquid and you'd actually use the packaging and have a little square cardboard on it,
and had a little dauber bottle. Put a couple
and you put that on it, and it works great. And nowadays, people like with pets and whatnot, you don't want that sitting around or it gets sticky. You step on it or what have you. So now they took the same product, put it into a bait formula, into a little container, and the ants just go up a little ramp. They go into the Taro, and then, like Paul said, take it back to the nest.
Yes, and it's not instantaneous. It takes a few days, but the difference is it kills the whole nest, not just what's coming to it.
I've been using a masking tape and just holding the strip and just going along, because they're just in a row. They're just everywhere.
Yeah. Do what Paul said. I guarantee you're going to have great success with the interior Taro bait traps.
And then definitely put those traps where you're seeing those ants at, so they find it faster.
Okay. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Thanks, Ann.
All right, just enough time to kind of summarize what we've learned on today's show.
So you know what, Rob? It is April, so there are tons going on in April. We got Easter tomorrow, so everybody's excited about that. This is the time of the year, though, that we start to get outside this time of year, right?
Get outside.
We want to take care of that lawn. We want to start thinking about the garden, whether or not you want to turn over the soil to get that ready and get the nutrients you need into the proper soil. We want to get that lawn edged. There's nothing better than edging along concrete or your sideway to make a nice, clean level to look so good. So make sure you check your True Value stores, because there's so much you can do outside that makes it. We can make it easier for you to get what you need done.
And don't forget, also, now we're coming up. It's almost summer. It's a great time to get your patios ready, your decks ready, around your pool ready. Make sure you get your furniture cleaned. You don't want to be worrying about that last minute when you got the party coming up next weekend and you got everyone coming over and you have all these projects that have to be done. Start them now so you can use that wet and forget, and then give it a couple weeks to do its job, and then clean up around the pool and and rake stuff up and get stuff cleaned up so that you're ready when this comes. And don't forget about staining your decks.
Absolutely.
If you need that done, this is the perfect time to do it before you actually get into the heat of summer when you don't want to do it.
Yeah, and I know the phones light up all the time, and folks have a hard time getting on to us. And unfortunately, this hour goes so fast at the True Value Home Improvement Hour. But any of those questions, you can continue this conversation at your nearest True Value hardware store. You can just go to TrueValue.com, and you can find your nearest store. But, of course, we like to talk to the stores that help out with the True Value Home Improvement Hour here every Saturday on KDKA. Stores like Daniel's Discount and Appliance True Value in Allison Park, PA. Our good friend Pfeiffer True Value Hardware Supply. Am I going to get it right? Warmerama?
That's right.
Okay, I got it. Okay, go out and check out Eddie out of Pfeiffer True Value Hardware and Supply in Mars, Pennsylvania. Of course, Paul's store, R.C. Walters & Sons True Value down in Boston Hollow Road in Boston, PA. Our good friends at Slippery Rock True Value Hardware. No shock, it's located in Slippery Rock, Pennsylvania. And then Evie True Value Hardware on Library Road in Bethel Park, and Sarver True Value Hardware and Sarver True Value Rental.
Yeah, Wormorama. It's underway right now. It's the first day of trout season, plus they make for great topsoil, and I never met a worm I didn't like.
Yeah, And you're right about the cones, Rob, too. Let's get some pirate cones out there. You go to a local True Value store. If they don't have it, I'm sure they're going to get it. We certainly have all kind of cones out there at Sarver True Value Hardware. And like I said, there's multiple uses you can use for the cone other than just celebrating to the pirate. You can take it to the pirate game and then bring it back home again and put it in your
multiple
driveway.
uses, something you can use all the time.
So if I send 25 people there today, you can take
100%. Oh yeah, we do with the rental business, we do a lot of cones. Unloading equipment and all that kind of thing. We're big into cones, Rob.
All right, so there you go. Go get that cone. That's right, hoist the cone. Here we go. Pittsburgh Pirates today, 4:05, taking on Baltimore. Stay with us. News at 11, and then AAA Essentials Talking Travel with Andrew Benacki on KDKA. It's your Pratt Pack.
The proceeding was paid for by True Value. Information on the program was intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Pittsburgh Mayor Corey O'Connor, very atypical with the NFL draft and all the things that are going on.
We're all excited. It's coming fast. But we also want Pittsburghers, and I say this wherever I go, this is also your city, this is your draft. We're going to have hundreds of thousands of people coming from across the country, but we want Pittsburghers to be ambassadors.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Don't delay in getting that plumbing repair done. Call Palucci Plumbing today for all of your plumbing needs. From trenchless sewer repair and waterline repairs and replacement, hot water tanks, sewer camera inspections, to Pittsburgh potty repairs, no job is too small for Palucci Plumbing. Owners Amy and Nick Palucci have been in business for 26 years, so give them a call for your next plumbing repair or replacement. Palucci Plumbing, 412-782-5050. That's 412-782-5050.
If you or someone you know suffered any injuries involving a deployed airbag, you could be entitled to compensation. Morgan & Morgan has already recovered millions. Get America's largest injury law firm fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
The Colorectal Cancer Alliance wants you to know a lot of things in life are preventable. Ooh, gas station sushi. That's preventable. And even colon cancer can be preventable if you get screened. If you're 45 or older, talk to your doctor. Go to colorectalcancer.org to learn more.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 71 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 11 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Police in Braddock charging 3 adults and 1 minor after a drug and gun bust at a home. A search warrant was executed at a home on Corey Avenue. That's where investigators found heroin, also a handgun with a Glock switch and multiple magazines, and firearm accessories. Those charged are adults Jawan Coachman, Nathaniel Scott, and Nakia Enoch, and 1 minor was charged, no name, was released. Police in Ingram still want to know whoever is responsible for breaking into and damaging several cars recently. These break-ins happened on West Prospect Avenue, Chartiers Place, and Knoll Avenue. Anyone with security cameras in the area is asked to call Ingram Police.
Tesla vehicle caught fire in the Giant Eagle Market District Shadyside parking garage. It happened Friday night around 8 o'clock. The Tesla charging when the vehicle's battery caught on fire. Fire was put out. No one was injured. Market District was closed for the night. After the incident, it's reopened. Well, go fish. The statewide trout season is opening today, and Tim Schaefer, executive director of the Pennsylvania Fish and Boat Commission, says they'll stock about 3.2 million adult trout in 684 streams and 130 lakes open to public angling.
And we stock all those fish both pre-season and in-season. We'd like to remind anglers that opening day really is just opening day. It's the first day of trout season, and we stock throughout the spring, and we welcome anglers to help us put the fish in the water. If anybody would like to join in one of our trout stockings, just check out fishandboat.com, and you'll see the locations of where they all are, and happy to have them join us.
Anglers who plan to fish from a boat, canoe, kayak, or paddleboard must wear a life jacket through April 30th. KDKA Radio News Time is 11:02. The AccuWeather forecast is coming up.
Thinking about starting weight loss treatment? GoodRx is here to help. We offer FDA-approved GLP-1 medications prescribed by licensed providers, including the Wegovy tablet, with straightforward pricing and pickup at your local pharmacy or delivery to your door. All from America's #1 prescription app. Go to goodrx.com/weight loss to get started. GoodRx is not insurance. Cancel anytime. #1 prescription app ranked by a third-party study.
While retinitis pigmentosa takes Mark's vision, his family gives him hope, whether at the family business or at home with his wife and sons. He knows he's not fighting alone. For 50 years, the Foundation Fighting Blindness has funded research into treatments and cures for blinding retinal diseases, providing hope to people with vision loss. And for Mark, winning the fight means being there for his family. The Foundation Fighting Blindness. Together, we're winning. Help us end blinding diseases at fightingblindness.org.
Suffering from peripheral neuropathy? Learn how over 15,000 sufferers regained their comfort, mobility, and quality of life with Tri-State Neuropathy Center's successful treatment plan that is FDA-cleared, non-invasive, and drug-free. Here's Sean Ritchie, DC, and Tri-State's founder about one of their many satisfied patients.
Rick from Irwin suffered for 14 years with peripheral neuropathy from an autoimmune disorder. He was super skeptical when he came in. He'd been going to doctor after doctor, and they told him there was nothing that could be done. After qualifying Rick for our program, utilizing our FDA-approved, most powerful equipment on the market today that's non-invasive, no surgeries, no drugs, we were able to get him almost 100%.
Tri-State Neuropathy Centers helped Rick. Let them help you next. Call 724-940-9000 for a free consultation. That's 724-940-9000. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, the leader in treating peripheral neuropathy.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Gusty showers and storms early this morning give way to periods of clouds and sun today and a very warm day with a high of 84, breaking the record of 83. But rain returns tonight with a gusty thunderstorm, the low 49, leading to a couple of morning showers early on Easter Sunday, then cloudy and cooler, high 53, with a shower Monday, high 53. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program, Talking Travel, is sponsored by AAA Travel Agency. All information provided on this program is supplied by AAA. News Radio KDKA cannot guarantee the accuracy of the information, nor do we warrant the price, availability, or quality of the travel services discussed. If you're planning a getaway, go with the folks who know travel. We're Talking Travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. If you're planning a getaway, go with the folks who know travel. We're Talking Travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Metropolitan Window video screen. Click on KDKA Watch and you will see it and hear it stream live. And there is Andrew Benacki. And this is from her mother. These are homemade pizzelles from a woman who has been baking morning, noon, and night because her daughter doesn't bake. But that's...
Of cookies under those pizzelles.
There's more?
Yes, there's all different kinds.
So, Mom, thank you. And your mom's probably closer to my age than you youngster, you. Look at this. Unbelievable.
Yes.
Oh, smells so good, too. Listen, I will hold these near and dear to my heart. By the way, Mrs. Benacki, this is the most affection I've had at Easter for years.
Oh, my gosh.
Thank you. I'm so grateful. In fact, I'll rock them to sleep just like they're my child. I love them that much.
I took a picture and sent them to Alicia, and I was like, look at what my mom got for Rob. She said, they're so pretty.
She would say that because she don't bake either. But that's why we love you, too, because you're busy getting people underway and headed to parts unknown. It is the travel season. It's coming faster than you think. A lot of folks still thinking spring break. They can handle that, too. But I got to talk about one thing before we go any further. I can't tell you how many times I dropped your name this week. Even a dear friend of mine who was looking for some particular things at the draft, and I just mentioned to you when you came in. So is there anything in the way of any VIP seating?
There's not VIP seating, but what we do have, because we know it's going to be so packed in downtown Pittsburgh, we have that shuttle that departs from the Cranberry area. So you could park there, and then it'll shuttle you into Pittsburgh. So one thing I do want to mention is there's going to be a lot of walking. It's probably going to be hard to drop you off right in front of the hotel. So just make sure you're prepared for the crowds, the walking, that kind of thing. But yeah, so included in our draft, so this is April 23rd through the 26th, hotel transfers from Mars Cranberry area. And then 3-night hotel accommodations. There's luggage handling, 1 bag per person, complimentary morning coffee and tea service. There's a nightly Kimpton social hour, and then a commemorative gift, 1 per person. And the hotel that we're staying at is the Kimpton Hotel Monaco, which is such a nice hotel right in the heart of downtown Pittsburgh.
But as far as wanting that particular seat as the draft unfolds, in some sort of shelter or up close to the stage, as far as you know, there's no VIP.
There's no VIP. So that you would have to make sure you get there early. You want to make sure you have on your walking shoes and just be prepared for those crowds.
Now, I do know that there are some watch parties to where you can actually go to various restaurants, even the casino, and you can actually be a part of that. But as far as at the draft itself, where the podium is, no VIP seating.
Right. That's right. So it's the 3-night hotel, luggage handling, complimentary morning coffee, tea, and then your gift. And then there will be a AAA tour manager with you to guide you throughout the way.
I must tell you, I have so many friends who never ask for anything. The nicest, most compassionate, wonderful, faith-based people you'd ever want to meet. But this is such a big deal. Some people are asking, me, can you help me out or lead me in the right direction? And they're willing to pay. I don't think I have ever, Andrea, honestly, since the mid-'80s being here, have covered a story as big as this in our city of Pittsburgh.
Yeah, so many businesses will probably be so crowded down there. I mean, just be prepared for those crowds. So the price for this, I do want to mention that, is $17.29 per person. That is if you want the transfer from Cranberry or Mars area. So you'll park there. Usually we use a hotel up there. If you don't want that shuttle, it is a little bit less. So it's $15.29 per person.
But if I would ask you your professional opinion.
Yes.
It might be the best way to go.
Use the shuttle.
Yeah.
Yes. Because where are you going to put your car? It's $200 a day to park down there. That's probably the cheaper end.
So if you stay the whole week, you can have a down payment for a new car.
That's right. That's right.
But
your car payment.
And let me come to the defense of the city for just a moment. There's been talk about parking, and this is just my opinion. And hotels, I'm sure, are not charging the going rate, okay?
Right.
This is a once-in-a-lifetime situation. It's capitalism at its best.
Yes.
You have to be smart, and you have to understand the city can use it. And I know we have an administration that will handle it properly as far as what to do with it when it's all said and done, and the corporations that are there under the watchful eye of this administration. But what we are offering at AAA, I don't think, and I've heard them all, and I've been asking everyone who's brought up, hey, I'm going to be there, or can you help me? Nobody has even come close to with what you're offering. That's how good a deal this is.
It is a really good deal. I think we priced a couple hotels recently, and they're over $1,000 per night, and you don't get anything else. So, so this is a really good deal. We do have those hotels available, and that's even if you can get a hotel. If you could still find a hotel in the city, this is in the heart of the city. You can walk to the draft happenings and everything that's going on from this hotel. So you'll want to stay in the city. Hotels outside of the city are probably more than this.
Well, we have something really exciting come up next hour. You know, my favorite restaurant in this city will always be the Lamont. Best view in town. They got some really cool things happening during that week. Obviously, there's summer menu coming out. We will have the wonderful people being represented from the Lamont coming up next hour. So everybody's abuzz. Everybody's excited.
Yes.
The AAA East Central still has the best deal on the table. So please repeat what you have. Again, 800-354-8761. If you want to be a part of this historic time in Pittsburgh, this is the way to go.
Yes, so this is draft days in Pittsburgh, and we still have space available. So this is 3 nights in the heart of downtown Pittsburgh during the draft. So it's April 23rd, checking out the 26th. So you have your 3-night hotel stay at the Kimpton Hotel Monaco. And then, of course, we have that optional transfer if you want to park your car in Cranberry, which I highly suggest. You're also getting the Kimpton nightly social hour included, complimentary gift. This is $17.29 per person, which includes the transfer from Cranberry. If you want to get there on your own, $15.29 per person.
Did you happen to mention the Gateway Clipper fleet?
Oh, no, that is included as well. So that was a new addition, and there is a Gateway Clipper shuttle there. I'm just looking.
A little bit of dinner action?
Yes, there's dinner, and then your day on the Gateway Clipper. So.
Do you need me to help you with anything?
Yes,
else?
you do.
No. Listen, I'm going to be honest with you.
There it goes. So it's new and exclusive evening aboard the Gateway Clipper. That is on Thursday evening on April 23rd, featuring live entertainment, NFL draft coverage, dinner, drinks, and a special guest appearance at no extra cost.
Listen, you're the best of the best of the best.
It was a new addition.
But I got a sugar high now because I've already had 2 cookies. No. I'm firing on all cylinders.
Yes, you are.
But no, the Gateway Clipper fleet, John Conley, God rest your soul, it's the best view in Pittsburgh.
Yes.
I can't imagine being anywhere else during this week.
No.
And having dinner on the Gateway Clipper fleet, that alone. Forget the hotels. Forget about everything else. That alone. You got to make the call.
Yes, and that's included in that price.
No extra. 800-354-8761. Unbelievable.
It is. It really is. Remember, $17.29 per person with shuttle, $15.29 per person without the shuttle. That's based on double occupancy. So, yes, make sure you call 1-800-354-8761. Hannah Haldeman is there working today. She's waiting for your call. Get those hotels booked.
Yes, please do. And I hope all of you find a way to make the call, because you're not going to get a better opportunity. And if you're just hearing this for the first time and you've been thinking about it, you should pull over right now if you're driving or wherever you're at and dial 800-354-8761. So a little Mickey and a little Bahamas, right?
Yes, we have all different kinds of cruises today, different styles of cruises, different destinations. So we're going to talk about a new page that we have in our Motorist I want to mention and give you all that information.
I want to also tell your mom, I saw the picture you posted of her on Facebook.
Yes.
I can relate.
She was wild.
And you know what? What did I tell you? That's my mother, reincarnated. It reminded me of my mother. All right, 866-391-1020. We'll be back.
News, weather, traffic, and business every day. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Ireland is calling in 2026, and AAA can take you there. Right now, AAA is offering $350 per person in savings for a limited time on your dream trip to Ireland. Discover the beauty of the Emerald Isle on Shades of Ireland, October 16th through the 25th. Travel from lively Dublin to the breathtaking cliffs of Moher. Experience rolling green hills, charming villages, and centuries-old castles along the way. Kiss the famous Blarney Stone. Enjoy traditional Irish music and dance. and end your journey with an unforgettable stay in a fairy tale castle. This guided vacation starts at $4,949 per person, double occupancy. Plan your Irish adventure today. Visit your local AAA travel office or call 1-800-354-8761 to learn more.
I still remember the first time CertaPro painters did their magic in my kitchen. Professional, beautiful, no worry. Loved everything about it. So there was the next room, and even outside. And know that each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. It's so easy. And take advantage of the spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th. So go with CertaPro Painters.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
We're talking travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
You know, I've just got to finish on this note. This opportunity to go to the draft with what you have offered, I hope I'm doing a pretty good job here at the radio station because, honestly,
You are.
I know, but I'm kind of sad right now, so I'm going to beg and plead or I'm going to start crying on the air. Listen, I've been around this brand for 30-plus years. Whenever we did Super Bowl tickets, anything, we did these, travel with the Penguins that Tracy came up with.
Yes.
Were great.
Yeah.
And Debbie used to go on these trips, Debbie Evans, Tracy Edwards. This is the biggest ticket item we have ever had connected to sports, even bigger than the Super Bowl.
Yes.
I am blown away that this isn't sold out.
I know.
I'm being honest.
There are hardly any rooms left, and we still have rooms, and we're 3 weeks out. So
This is my rational thinking, okay? And throw a cookie at me if I'm wrong.
Okay.
I think because they think we're travel as in out of Pittsburgh, like if we were advertising this in Cleveland, it would have been sold out.
Yes.
I think people in Pittsburgh aren't thinking AAA to have a trip to go to the Pittsburgh draft.
Yes, it could be. It could be. But I mean, we have all those inclusions, and you're not going to be able. I mean, imagine an Uber price that weekend. It's going to be so expensive for Uber. The buses are going to be packed. The trolley's going to be packed. If you stay right in the heart of Pittsburgh, you have nothing to worry about. You have your feet to get you there.
Anyway, just give it like a once over one more time. We're going to do it again. But listen closely to this. I'd like to have this thing sold out before the hour's over because the draft will be here in a couple of weeks. And you don't want to try to do this 2 weeks from now. You're going to want to do it now. And we have people standing by. 800-354-8761. Go ahead.
April 23rd through the 26th. This is 3 nights in the heart of downtown Pittsburgh. The highlights, it's 3 nights at the Kimpton Hotel Monaco. If you've never went to that hotel, it is so cute. It's such a unique hotel right in Pittsburgh. And then Rob mentioned the new bonus experience, which includes an exclusive evening aboard the Gateway Clipper. And this is Thursday evening, April 23rd, featuring live entertainment, NFL draft coverage, dinner, drinks, and a special guest appearance at no extra cost. It is included in this price. So I also mentioned that we have that transfer from Cranberry, which I highly suggest taking. It's $200 additional. It's going to be $200 or more a day to park down there. So make sure you are keeping this all in mind. So hotel transfers from Mars or Cranberry area, 3-night hotel accommodations, luggage handling, complimentary morning coffee tea service, nightly Kimpton social hour. We have the commemorative gift, that Gateway Clipper experience. The price for this is double occupancy, $1,729 per person, and that's with the transfers. If you do not want those transfers, it's $1,529 per person.
800-354-8761. Okay, let's get going with some of these destinations.
All right. So let's talk about some cruises. There are so many different types of cruises out there. I don't think we talk about this enough. So in our April Motorist, we all love to talk about our our Motorist, period. We have this new page. It's called A Treasure for Every Traveler. has 4 different destinations, 4 different cruise lines for every type of traveler. So I want to kind of focus, we'll talk about the itineraries, of course, and the prices, but I also want to focus on the cruise line and the experience that you're going to get from each of those cruise lines. Because all of the cruise lines that we offer are different, and you have to make sure you're talking to a AAA travel advisor so they are qualifying you and make sure you're getting on the right cruise for what you're looking for. So the first one, I know we've talked about this a few times. This is our 4-night Bahama cruise. It is a great price. This is August 5th through the 9th on Disney Fantasy. And just to talk about the itinerary a little bit before I get into what Disney Cruise Line offers, it goes out of Port Canaveral, Florida. It stops at Disney's Castaway Cay, which is so nice. It is really upgraded. It has a different area for each type of traveler. There's an adults only section. There's a kids section. There's so much to do on Castaway Cay. And then there is a day at sea. And then you get back to Port Canaveral, Florida. And this is for 4 nights, so August 5th through August 9th. The price on this is, if you're going to do the deluxe ocean view with veranda, $1,775 per person. And then if you want, and that's double occupancy, that's a AAA rate, so you do have to be a AAA member for that price. And then the deluxe family ocean view, $1,680 per person. So again, 1-800-354-8761. This includes your 4-night cruise accommodations, so you will have to look for flights. And of course, Hannah's standing by and she can help you with the prices for those. All of your onboard meals and entertainment, except for any of those specialty dinings if you want to do that. Government taxes and fees, and then prepaid gratuities are also included. So what kind of traveler would look or go on a Disney Cruise Line? Of course, family. It's a family-focused experience. It has families in mind, so kids, teens, and adults all have dedicated spaces and activities. So families can find something for each age of child, for each adult. There's going to be something for everyone. There's high quality experience. So they have Broadway style shows, character meet and greet. So you still get that Disney experience on these. There are theme deck parties and then Disney movies that run. So it's really, really fun. It's like being in Disney World, but at sea, or Disneyland, whichever you prefer. You'll get to meet Mickey Mouse, Elsa, Marvel, Star Wars. There's so many different characters for anything that any of your kids like. And then there's a rotating dining system, which I did get to experience myself, which is really cool. So instead of eating at the same dining room every night, you rotate through themed restaurants, which are really cool. So you get to experience each of the restaurants, and that's automatically included with your dining experience. And then, of course, the private island stop. So there are all these different stops, plus you get to go to Disney's private island, which is Castaway Cay. And then you'll also go to the Lookout Cay at Lighthouse Point, which offers curated beach experiences exclusive to only Disney guests. So you have to be on a Disney cruise to be able to experience Castaway Cay. So it's really beautiful, really, really kept up, and there is something for everyone there. It's also known, I mean, it's Disney. Everyone knows what kind of service you get in Disney, so it's exceptional. The people that work at Disney are trained professionals, and they are there to make sure that your experience it's the best experience that you've ever had. So cleanliness and service. So Disney's known for exceptional service, attention to detail, and ranking highly among cruise lines for staff and friendliness and cleanliness. So just make sure that you're keeping that in mind when choosing a family vacation. There's so many other cruise lines that you can do for families, but Disney truly is there to specialize in family experience. So you want to make sure you're doing that. And they're there to make sure that you're having a stress-free vacations. And then if you are an adult and you're going with your family, there are adult options too. So you're not left out. So there is something for everyone. So again, this is 4-night Bahama cruise on Disney Fantasy, August 5th through the 9th, departing out of Port Canaveral, Florida. So if you wanted to add a Disney experience at Disney World onto this, our travel advisors can help with that. So it goes out of Port Canaveral, which is maybe about 45 minutes, 50 minutes away from the airport. So not far at all. And then, of course, you go to Castaway Cay. You get to stop at Disney's Lookout Key at Lighthouse Point, a day at sea, then back to Port Canaveral. So those 4 nights, again, includes the 4-night cruise, all onboard meals and entertainment, government taxes and fees, prepaid gratuities, $17.75 per person. That is cruise only. And then that's the deluxe ocean view with veranda. And then if you want the deluxe family ocean view, $16.80 per person.
All right, 800-354-8761, 800-354-8761. So how many dozen of cookies do you think your mother's made?
I would have to say dozen, 5 or 6, maybe even more than that. I mean, per cookie. She made a lot of cookies. If you look under that, there's more to offer.
Believe me. I'm always looking for that more to offer thing, you know? Listen, I'll make a lot of friends with those cookies, but my kid might actually return a phone call.
Yeah.
Hey, Dad, what did you say about cookies? Oh, and by the way, are you okay? All right, let's get a break in here. Lots more to come. Andrew Benacki. Don't forget, AAA.com, that opportunity for the draft. It's not, sooner or later, people are going to realize and it's going to be gone. Don't wait. 800-354-8761. Rob Taylor coming up with the news next hour, paying tribute to my favorite spot, the best view in Pittsburgh, especially leading into the draft, their summer menu. It's all about that 5-star dining that is the historic Lamont with your Pratt Pack today on KDKA.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Is your roof ready for April rain? Call Home Genius Exteriors now and get 50% off all roofing materials with 0% APR and no payments till 2027. Plus, get free gutters with your new roof. Call now to schedule your free, no-obligation roof and attic inspection from one of our experts. Call Home Genius Exteriors now at 855-U-R-GENIUS. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. See website for details.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
With special guests John Morgan and Shane Prophet. Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh.
Y'all say we have a little bit of fun. Y'all ready?
You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Full details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by your local AAA travel office, Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, Ross Park Mall, and Broken Bow Records.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 73 degrees, Pittsburgh International at 11:30. I'm Rob Taylor. New details about a Ross Township man accused of buying hundreds of guns and later tied to those guns later tied to crimes across multiple states. Benjamin Ford, a battery foreman at U.S. Steel's Clairton plant, he's charged with 6 counts of illegally selling or transferring firearms. Investigators say he bought more than 200 guns between 2013 and 2024, with the bulk of them purchased since 2020. Investigators say 6 of those firearms were later recovered in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and New York. He's being represented by Phil DiLucente with this comment.
When you have 200 guns that are registered to you, who knows what happened? It's not as if my client would take an inventory every morning of every single gun that might be available to him.
Ford now faces multiple felony charges. KDK Radio News Time 11:31. Next updates at noon. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDK.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband, it's my sons, it's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
This afternoon will bring clouds and sun. It'll be breezy and very warm with a high near the record of 83. A spotty early evening shower, then rain, some heavy overnight, and thunder as well. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Heather Zaire, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program is paid for by AAA.
We're talking travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
What's your favorite Easter memory as a kid growing up in that wonderful household of yours?
I would say Easter brunch. I just told you we do that. We've been doing that every year. It's kind of like more like a breakfast, but we've been doing that since my grandma was alive. They make this big egg with sausage in it. It's so good.
You know, you and your hubby could actually drive through Dunkin' Donuts and bring some donuts, you know?
Yeah, right.
Take them out of the box and say you prepared them.
Here goes some sweets with that.
You know what, though? You understand, young lady, you're going to miss all of that someday.
I know.
It goes by so fast. My mom has been gone for 25 Christmases.
Wow.
25 Easters. And I remember her doing, trays of cookies.
Yes.
How do they find time?
I know. I told you, every time I go over there, my mom is baking.
This is what you need to do. Your mother will be at the sink when you go there tomorrow, okay? You know it. I want you to walk over, put your hands on her shoulders, step to the side, and kiss her on the cheek and tell her it's from me. And
I will.
And your dad's a real man, a firefighter. He has nothing to worry about. I'm a wimp, but I really want to thank your mom for doing that, giving me these cookies.
All right.
Now we're going to give you some more opportunities with some great destinations. So number 2 on the hit parade is
yes. So we're going to talk about our Thanksgiving Caribbean cruise. This is on the Celebrity Silhouette. I had the pleasure of sailing on Celebrity, and it was probably one of the most beautiful ships I was ever on. Such laid back, kind of like a country club casual. All I remember is everything being so white and clean. It was just a very wonderful experience. So we're going to talk about our Thanksgiving cruise, and who doesn't want to go away at Thanksgiving time? They will do all of the cooking for you. They do have a Thanksgiving dinner on Thanksgiving Day. So the days for this, November 21st through the 29th. Again, I mentioned on Celebrity Silhouette. So this sails out of Fort Lauderdale. This is cruise only. If you call 1-800-354-8761, they could talk about different flight options. And one of them is Southwest flies nonstop to Fort Lauderdale, which is a really nice flight. I always suggest going in a day before. A lot of times that makes the flight less expensive as well. So I would do that in case there's any delays. You never know with the weather at that time of the year. So just check into that. So this departs out of Fort Lauderdale on the 21st of November. You have 2 days at sea. This has an amazing itinerary. So this goes to Curacao. It stops in Aruba, Bonaire. So it goes to the ABC Islands, if you've ever heard of those. And then there are 2 days at sea and then back to Fort Lauderdale. Now, those days at sea are going to be spectacular because there is so much on Celebrity Silhouette to offer. So right now they have the Lawn Club, which features real grass. It's one of the unique features of the Silhouette, the Solstice class ships. So it has that. You can relax, have a picnic, play lawn games, or watch live music. This is often one of the most memorable features on this ship. They're also high-end dining option. So this ship is known for its premium dining. So there are Michelin-starred chefs on this on these ships. So there are spots like the Lawn Club Grill, the Porch, Luminae. And then those are all interactive. And then some of them, like Luminae, is only for suite guests. So if you are staying in a suite, that really gives you that upgraded experience. So it also also offers the Retreat, which is a luxury experience, which has an exclusive sun deck, lounge, restaurant. And then they focus on balcony. 85% of the rooms on this ship are balconies. So that's really nice too. And the balconies are really nice sizes. And there's all different types of balconies on here. So you could do the Aqua class, which gives you access to the spa. There's the butler's concierge class, which gives you the butler service. So and then you could just do the standard balconies if you want to do that as well. There's so many different options. And then the adults only solarium, which only adults are allowed at. It's so quiet, so peaceful. No kids, lots of loungers and relaxing music. So that is the Thanksgiving Caribbean Cruise on Celebrity Silhouette. Price for this, we start with the concierge class with veranda. $24.09 per person. And like I said, that's for cruise only based on double occupancy. If you're looking for flight options, please call 1-800-354-8761. And Hannah can give you information on that. There's the Prime Veranda Stateroom, which is $24.19, so only $19 more per person. And then if you want the regular veranda stateroom, $23.69 per person. So make sure you are calling. This space is limited on this as well because it is over Thanksgiving. Make sure you get that booked. Let Celebrity take care of all of the cooking for you for Thanksgiving. And enjoy your holiday with your family.
And if you think it's too early, Easter is tomorrow.
Yes, Easter's tomorrow, and then before you know it, Memorial Day, and then the summer will be over. It's gonna go so fast.
Are we? Like I run the place. Hey, Bevy, before you do anything, give me a call. My goodness gracious, I'm like taking over here.
That's so funny.
No, but are we going to do anything special for like 250? Like 4th of July, the big birthday? We're going to maybe talk about some of the historic places in this country?
I think we have a lot of the national park tours that we'll be offering discounts for. So we'll talk about those closer to the 4th of July. So yeah.
You really have brought a lot of, I'm scrolling as you're talking. Mm-hmm. This is some really cool destinations.
I know. They're all different destinations, all different cruise types. I don't think anyone out there really realizes that there is a ship or a cruise line for everyone. You see the commercials, so you think, oh, I have to go on that cruise line. There are so many more to offer, and if you talk to a travel advisor, they can qualify you and make sure they are fitting you for the proper cruise line. Because we have these ones. I mean, there are even more luxury cruises than Celebrity. We can go up to like Regent or Seabourn. There is so much to offer. And if you are not familiar with cruising, you don't know that. And that's also what is so great about talking to a AAA travel advisor, because they can give you that information.
Yeah, and also if you're thinking about a profession that will really send you on many journeys just to talk about those journeys, it's AAA, right?
Yes, it is. We have great training. You don't have to have previous experience with travel. We train you for, I think it's 12 weeks with all of our systems. And then we have a hands-on training after that. So once you're done with all of that, you are ready to hit the floor and sell. And then we send you on these great destinations to experience them, so you can come back and talk to our members about these destinations, and you know how to sell them. You know what it was like from check-in to the end of your cruise. So you know what it's like to use, I'd say, your app to get into your room at on Carnival or Royal Caribbean. A lot of them, they don't even give you keys anymore. You download an app and your door knows that you're nearby and it unlocks. It's just such really cool, innovative things that these cruise lines have to offer. And so make sure you're talking to one of those travel advisors. They're experiencing these so that they can give you all that information.
All right, so let's do the next one. Then we're going to take a break and come back. We got a little bit more on the other side, but here it is, that next destination.
Yes, so the next one, we're going to talk about Alaska, which we all know I went to in January, loved it. This is an Alaska cruise tour. Alaska cruises are fantastic. I will never put down an Alaska cruise. You still see scenery, but you got to get on land to really experience Alaska. I've done just the cruise. I've done just land. This will put both of those worlds together for you to make sure you are experiencing both at the same time. So this is Wilderness Frontier Explorer. This is a cruise tour on the Ovation of the Seas, which is one of the coolest ships that Royal Caribbean has to offer. I was on a sister ship of the Ovation, and there is so much. There's the iFly on there. There's the Eye in the Sky, which hangs you over the side of the ship. There is so much to do on this ship. There was a roller skating ring. There are hot dog. I remember like a little hot dog bar up by the roller rink. So much to offer. So this one is 4 nights and 7-night cruise out of Fairbanks. So this starts in Fairbanks. There is 4 nights, so 3 nights in Fairbanks, 2 nights in Denali, and then you board your cruise in Seward. And then you go to Juneau, which I've been. It was so fantastic. Skagway, Icy Strait Point. There's a day at sea, and then it ends in Vancouver. This one has pre-cruise transfers from the airport to the hotel. Flights are not included, so this is just your 4-night land, 7-night cruise. And then we have 4-night hotel accommodations, which is 2-night stay at Pike's Waterfront Lodge, 2-night stay at Denali Water Park, and then that 7-night cruise I just went over. So the price for this is $3,725 per person. This is an ocean view balcony, and it includes all of that. So you're getting to see Fairbanks and Denali, which is one of the most popular destinations in Alaska. You see so much wildlife. When we were there for those couple of days, we saw, I think, like 4 moose just like crossing the streets on the side of the road. We were able to do ice fishing. We were able to go on snowmobiles. So there is so much to do right there in the heart of Alaska. And then after you do and have fun with all that activity, you can relax on a 7-night cruise. And then when you're in these destinations, in Juneau, we did whale watching. Skagway, I did a train. Icy Strait Point, you can go whale watching there as well. So there is so much to do. You can even spot sea lions. So make sure you are taking advantage of your time in Alaska. Even if you are tired, don't relax. Get out, experience that, because you'll really regret it, because there's so much to do there. And then what this ship has to offer, I mentioned a couple of the things that I did. Of course, they have all of the different dining options as well. And what I failed to mention on the other ones is they have specialty restaurants. So, of course, you get your breakfast, lunch, and dinner, but you also get some of the experience for an upgraded experience as far as steak or Italian. I believe they even have some hibachi on these. And those are for an additional cost. So make sure you're calling 1-800-354-8761 to get more information on these cruises, because there is so much to offer. There's so many more options. So we are giving you the balcony prices. But if you don't want to do a balcony, ask your travel advisor if they could check to see if there's anything else available. But in Alaska, you're going to want to do a balcony. There is a time to see wildlife every chance you get. Whales, sea lions, anything that you want to do or see, you will get the opportunity in Alaska.
We'll be back. One more segment with Andrea Benacki.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company, larger than light, and brought to you by Butler Transit Authority. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
When sinusitis has your nose constantly blocked, life can feel smaller. You're stuck breathing through your mouth, which leads to sleep struggles, snoring that keeps your whole family up, fatigue, and more. The mornings start groggy, the days drag on, and it feels like nothing really helps for long. At Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, relief isn't just one size fits all. Their specialists use a wide range of innovative in-office treatments designed around you, designed to open your sinuses, restore natural breathing, and help you finally sleep through the night. You don't have to keep pushing through. If you're tired of the congestion, the pressure, and the endless cycle of sprays and pills that aren't providing relief, discover a treatment option that works for you at Pittsburgh Sinus Centers. Breathe easier, sleep better, and start feeling like yourself again. Schedule a consultation today. Call Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, 878-231-6036. 878-231-6036. That's 878-231-6036.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
We're talking travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, we got one more. And as I told Caitlin last week, this has become a destination for especially people under 30. I have a nephew. I have others who simply want to go to that place that is known as Japan.
Yes. So we have a 9-night Japan intensive voyage. This is on the Azamara Pursuit. So if you want pure premium luxury, you want to sail Azamara. Marita, who of course was with us and has recently retired, loves Azamara. She talks about them all the time. One of her favorite cruise lines. So this is April 3rd through the 12th. And I do want to mention on April 9th, which is Thursday, at 6 p.m., we have a virtual travel show, and it is showcasing this cruise. So if you want to sign up for this, make sure you call 1-800-354-8761. You may have gotten an email because we send an email blast out, but if not, talk to Hannah. She can send you the link. and we can get you signed up for this. And remember, it is Thursday, 6 p.m., and this is for the Azamara Pursuit on Japan. So this is April 3rd through the 12th. So let's talk about this, 2027, not next week. And this starts in Japan, of course, and then it goes to Kobe, Hiroshima. It goes to Nagasaki, a day at sea, Tokyo. There are some really, really great destinations this is stopping at. But not only do you cruise, you have a 2-night post-cruise option in Tokyo for an additional $849 per person. And we'll talk about what this price is. So for this cruise, you get special AAA Japan cruise perks. So you're getting premium liquor beverage package included in the price, unlimited Wi-Fi, 1 device per cabin, $300 shore excursion credit per cabin, 1 night of specialty dining. And I did mention how you have to pay for those on those other cruises. So you're getting one of those included on this, and $100 onboard credit per cabin. Not included is the air, and then the airline baggage fees, airport transfers are not included as well. So we can get all of that, a complete total for you. Make sure you call 1-800-354-8761. Hannah is standing by. Or you can stop in one of our local offices and they can get you some information as well. So this is 9-night cruise accommodations, shipboard gratuities, concierge service, complimentary As Amazing evening, which they always do on one night, something really, really special in one of the destinations. There's an Azamara white party, which is so popular, so make sure you bring your white attire. This one is hosted by Marita Williams. So if you know Marita, if you've heard her on the show, if you want to have as much fun as she does on these sailings, you'll want to go on this sailing. So the price for this, $4,569 per person. If you want those extra 2 nights, $849 per person additional. This is cruise inland only. And it's based on double occupancy. So just make sure you are calling for any additional information if you want outside of that. And then remember, April 9th, Thursday, 6 p.m. virtual travel show on this. And then what does the Azamara Pursuit have to offer? The vibe is kind of a small, upscale, relaxed, more of a quiet, refined atmosphere than like a party vibe. So it's very calm. And then the benefit of Azamara is the ship is smaller and they can dock in ports that bigger ships can't reach, which is really nice because it gets you to those destinations that a larger ship can't get you to. So you want to think calm, cultural, destination focused rather than high energy. So that's what type of traveler this is going to have for you. There are usually around 7 restaurants, cafes, and lounges on board. And then there's a main dining room, a buffet, some specialty restaurants. And then there's casual spots, of course, like a pool, a coffee cafe, things like that. And then you also have 24-hour room service. So these are, they call them almost all-inclusive. So many things are included. So you get your standard spirits, wine, and beer, gratuities, specialty coffees, bottled water, soft drinks included. And then the shuttle service in port. So when you're at the port to get to wherever you're going, that is included as well. And then they have higher level suites that you can purchase. So they have butler service, premium drinks and champagne, free Wi-Fi, laundry service, stateroom features, and that's if you are upgrading to those premium suites. And then even the standard rooms include a flat screen TV, mini bar, plush bedding, robes, 24-hour room service. And then, of course, there are some thoughtful touches like turn down service and things like that. So there is something for everyone if you're looking for that type of vibe. So you want like calm, you're over the big Royal Caribbean ships that hold 6,000 passengers. This is definitely going to be a smaller, intimate experience. And then it also has those signature events like the Azamar Evenings, which has local cultural experiences at some of the ports that you stop at. So this is someone that wants to learn more about the destination, wants to immerse themselves in the destination rather than sitting on the ship and maybe doing the surf simulators or the rock climbing walls. This would not be for someone like that. It's someone more calm and wants to learn about the destinations they're stopping at.
Listen, you did a great job today.
Thanks.
And it's good seeing you. And the only reason I put up with you is your mother's cookies.
Yes.
No, I'm kidding. But listen, happy holiday. Give best to mom, dad, everyone, sister, niece, the whole works, and just have a good holiday.
I will. You too.
You have a brother too, right?
Yes, an older brother. Yeah.
Don't ever forget the older brother.
Yes, I know.
Anyway, so you're going to eat a lot?
I am. I can't wait to eat. I'm going to eat all weekend.
No, well, listen, with cookies like that, how can you find? I mean, I couldn't stop.
I know. I had your cookies with me, and Mark said, "Where's mine?" And I said, "She has plenty more. I can make you a box."
Listen, Mark, you have them every day, 365 days a year. You can give me like 1 hour on a Saturday. And that's why we call it Holy Saturday.
Yes.
Because I'm blessed. All right, listen, thank you. Have a great day.
You too. Thank you.
All right, coming up, my favorite spot, best view in the Berg. No one does it better than the Lamont, the history of it, the upcoming draft, their summer menu, and some stories you don't want to miss. Next on KDKA.
The proceeding was paid for by AAA. Information on the program was intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Pittsburgh Mayor Corey O'Connor. Very atypical with the NFL draft and all the things that are going on.
We're all excited. You know, it's coming fast. But we also want Pittsburghers, and I say this wherever I go, this is also your city. This is your draft. We're going to have hundreds of thousands of people coming from across the country, but we want Pittsburghers to be ambassadors.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey folks, it's Marty. NASCO Roofing, the region's roofing leader. Wow, they're good. They continue to exceed customer expectation. For instance, Charles from Bethel Park highly recommends NASCO. Charles was pleased with NASCO's exemplary customer service and the quality of their work. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Charles. Now's the time to get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO, NASCO.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 75 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 12 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Police in Ingram still trying to figure out who's responsible for breaking into and damaging several vehicles. The incidents happened on West Prospect Avenue, Chartiers Place, and Knoll Avenue. Police are asking anyone with security cameras in the area to contact Ingram Police. Police in Braddock charging 3 adults and 1 minor after a drug and gun bust. Search warrant was executed at a home on Corey Avenue. That's where fentanyl was found by police. Also a handgun with a Glock switch and multiple magazines. Also firearm accessories. Those charged are adults Jawan Cochran, Nathaniel Scott, and Nakia Enoch, along with an unnamed minor. Ross Township man is accused of buying hundreds of guns, and later those guns were tied to crimes across multiple states. Benjamin Ford is a battery foreman at U.S. Steel's Clairton plant. He's charged with 6 counts of illegally selling or transferring firearms. Investigators say he bought more than 200 guns between 2013 and 2024, with the bulk of them purchased since 2020. Investigators say 6 of those firearms were later recovered in Pennsylvania, New York, and New Jersey. Phil DeLucente is representing Ford.
When you have 200 guns that are registered to you, who knows what happened? It's not as if my client would take an inventory every morning of every single gun that might be available to him.
Ford now faces multiple felony charges. Well, go fish. Statewide trout season has opened today. And Tim Schaefer is the executive director of the Pennsylvania Fish and Boat Commission. He says they'll stock about 3.2 million adult trout in 684 streams and 130 lakes open to public angling.
And we stock all those fish both pre-season and in season. We'd like to remind anglers that opening day really is just opening day. It's the first day of trout season, and we stock throughout the spring, and we welcome anglers to help us put the fish in the water. If anybody would like to join in one of our trout stockings, just check out fishandboat.com, and you'll see the locations of where they all are, and happy to have them join us.
Anglers who plan to fish from a boat, canoe, kayak, or paddleboard must wear a life jacket through April 30th. KDKA Radio News Time, 12:03. AccuWeather forecast next.
Thinking about starting weight loss treatment? GoodRx is here to help. We offer FDA-approved GLP-1 medications prescribed by licensed providers, including the Wegovy tablet, with straightforward pricing and pickup at your local pharmacy or delivery to your door. All from America's #1 prescription app. Go to goodrx.com/weight-loss to get started. GoodRx is not insurance. Cancel anytime. #1 prescription app ranked by a third-party study.
While retinitis pigmentosa takes Mark's vision, his family gives him hope, whether at the family business or at home with his wife and sons. He knows he's not fighting alone. For 50 years, the Foundation Fighting Blindness has funded research into treatments and cures for blinding retinal diseases, providing hope to people with vision loss. And for Mark, winning the fight means being there for his family. The Foundation Fighting Blindness. Together, we're winning. Help us end blinding diseases at fightingblindness.org.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Clouds and sun, breezy and very warm this afternoon. High near the record of 83. A spotty early evening shower, then rainy. Some of that rain heavy overnight, along with a thunderstorm. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Heather Zaire, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by Lamont. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, Metropolitan Window video screen. Click on kdkradio.com, KDK Watch. You can hear it and see it streamed live. Marco Corona is my guest, and I'm looking at you into this lens, ladies and gentlemen, and of course talking to you through the Pioneer Broadcasting Station of America microphone. This is a dream come true for a former busboy, waiter, maitre d' who had thoughts of actually running a big room in Las Vegas or owning that neighborhood bar. This is worth getting up at 2 a.m. as I did today, putting in the 9 hours to get to the final hour. I am tickled to death because we have the draft coming up. Where else would you want to be? It's the best seat with the best view. We got that summer menu. Great place for weddings, meetings, banquets, get-togethers, or just a night out on the town. And I can tell you unequivocally, positively, without a shadow of a doubt, every first date when I wanted to impress, I got a reservation for 2 at the Lamont. Marco, it is so great to have you here. And he brought us delicious cakes and sweets from the Lamont. But the great thing about him, this has been his whole life. And I told him I went in one direction to get into broadcasting, but if not, I could have followed in his footsteps because from beginning to where you are now, 46 years at the Lamont.
46 years. Yeah, I was very young when I started, and I started washing pots. And I moved up into working in the kitchen as a cook there, and then a busboy, and then a banquet waiter, then a waiter, and then what I do today is general manager. So it's been a long journey. But simultaneously, I pay my way through college, being a busboy to Lamont, and I had a second career. I was a city school teacher here in Pittsburgh Public Schools for 32 years simultaneously as I was working at the restaurant. So it's been a journey.
You know, 2 of my favorite things, Lamont and Pittsburgh Public Schools. So
yeah.
You can stay for the rest of the day if you want. Listen, I will shake your hand again before you leave. That's wonderful. But this is really a story that you can only find in the city of neighborhoods in this great city. And it's going to be in the spotlight here in a couple of weeks because the draft is going to be watched by millions, and there will be close to probably 1 million when it's all said and done here in Pittsburgh. But you actually grew up not too far from the Lamont.
Yeah, it was a 5-minute walk. I used to walk to work every day when I was a kid and walk home every night, late at night. And yeah, that was part of, and all my brothers worked there. I have 3 older brothers. We all worked there. It's all part of what we did. And when you lived in Mount Washington, that was almost like a rite of passage, making either a short stop or a longer stop through the Lamont restaurant because, it's a great place to work, and they're really in tune with the community. And it was just all part of what we did.
Every great athlete who ended up getting signed by one of our favorite teams probably was enticed with the view at the Lamont. Everybody performing in the Culture District who wanted to get away from the city to get not too far from the city because they had the best view in town, because they had a day off or a night off, they have gone to the Lamont. Everybody celebrating anything has gone to the Lamont. So I'm just going to say this, and I'm going to say it again, and I've been saying it all morning. If you're going to be doing anything with a draft, get your reservations in now because I can't think of a better place to overlook that bird's eye view of the draft than the Lamont.
Yeah, I think our vantage point is unique, even amongst the restaurants on Grandview Avenue because it's where we sit. It's almost you're right there, right on top, not too high, not too far away. Perfect vantage point, building top level, and we have a perfect view of the stadiums, the point, all the rivers, and then the site of the draft. We can see them constructing the stage as we speak. So it's all right there, and it doesn't get any better. And, of course, the inside is just as pretty as the outside. Yeah, so if you've never been there, it's certainly something to experience.
So what are you guys going to do for the draft? Was it business as usual? Are you going to add some stuff?
No, we're this is a unique opportunity, not just for the Lamont, but for Pittsburgh, with so many people expected from across the state, across the country, across the world. So we're going to take advantage of that and show off what Pittsburgh has to offer. So we're running a special NFL draft menu that highlights some unique Pittsburgh things that those who are coming from places that never even heard of Pittsburgh will say, hey, I try some unique foods that are indigenous to this area. So we want to give those people that experience. You know, we have a great regular menu during the week, but we want to try something new. We're going to have so many visitors. We want to kind of cater to them and say, hey, this is part of Pittsburgh. This is the Pittsburgh diet. This is what we do here in our city. And while you're here, you know, experience it. And it's something you will never forget. I'm sure it's something you'll want again sometime down the road.
You know what's amazing about this? You just don't know until you know. So it could be a little bit better than business as usual, or it could be like way over the top.
Yeah.
Bottom line is you guys are ready.
Yeah, we're ready because you said that really well. I mean, with 700,000 people anticipated coming into the area, we can see from the Lamont when the regatta is going on, where something big's going on down at the point, or when there's 100,000 people in it. And you look down there, and there isn't a piece of green to be seen anywhere because there's just people. So it's that 700,000 people. I mean, we're anticipating that there's going to be a lot of place for these people to need to go.
What would your recommendation be? Reservations? Because I can't imagine just pulling up in the heat of the draft, getting a place to eat. Could be possible. You want to try, but if you can get a reservation, get a reservation.
Yeah, reservations are definitely recommended. Of course, we'll take anybody that's willing to come in, but reservations are the best. You know, that way it assures you a spot, an iconic restaurant with a fantastic view. You're taking a chance just walking in. Again, we try to accommodate everybody, but it's not so easy when we're anticipating a lot of business.
Back in another life, when I worked at a supper club, we would do the 6, 8, and 10, or the 8, 10, and midnight show. Okay,
right.
So we would have to flip the room.
Sure.
So that all came down to great staff. And let me say one thing, no matter what era, time, or part in my life that I went to Lamont, the staff has always been second to none.
Well, I tell you what, one thing that many people may not know about the Lamont is that it is the only privately owned union restaurant in the entire city. So that lends itself to a lot of loyalty at our restaurant. I've been there for 46 years. There have been other people there for 30, 35, 40 years. And, obviously during that course of time, we built this machine, and we got everything down to a science. So, we treat the people the best as we possibly can, make sure they leave with a smile, with a memorable experience, with the idea that they're going to come back as soon as they can. But at the same time, behind the scenes, we're working to make sure everything flows seamlessly from the dish room to the kitchen, to the dining room, to the front door, to the parking lot, to everywhere that we touch people. We want to make sure it's done, perfectly right all the time.
Now, I know the city officials, first responders, they want everything to go seamlessly. And the draft, the NFL, likewise. But one of the best things to witness, and I witnessed it many times as a young man, standing at that maitre d' table or stand, when you're packed and everything's working. From people, the busboys getting the stuff off the table, orders coming out, kitchen putting them up, and at the end of the night, everybody's just kicking back, counting tips, and saying, "Well done."
Yeah, it's like I said, it's a well-oiled machine, and everybody has to do their job, and that's one thing we can rely on at the Lamont is everybody knowing their role and fulfilling the role. And you're right, when you kind of sit back and you're watching everything's unfolding in front of you, all the business going on, the energy and all the excitement, everything's just flowing in the same direction. It's pretty good. It's great actually, and that's when you're doing things right.
You're going to be able to do the valet for the draft?
Oh yeah, absolutely. We have lots of space, and we have a great crew out there that can fit 30 cars in a 10 by 10 spot. I don't know how they do it, but they're great at what they do too.
So listen, it's an honor to have you here. We're going to do a lot more. Marco Corona is here, of course, LamontPittsburgh.com. Find out more, everything you need to know. And we're going to get into the history of the place. We're going to get into some of the famous people that have eaten there. Going to talk about banquets, weddings, which have become very popular. A lot of my friends recently, having that wedding there. But we're going to talk about the summer menu as well because, hey, Easter is tomorrow. But we're focusing on the draft. So if I would say to you, what would you tell the audience right now if they plan on enjoying something the 23rd, 24th, or 25th? What do they need to do?
Well, make a reservation as soon as possible.
Today, if you can.
Yeah. And of course, bring an appetite. That's the most important part.
So here it is. You could have done anything. Got a college degree, School of Hard Knocks. I know the restaurant business, hardest working people in the world.
Yeah.
Why Lamont 46 years?
Well, again, we're all one big family up there. You know what I mean? All of us been there for so long, and it's just great. I started when I was a kid, and now my kids have kids. So it's amazing. So we've all grown up together, a lot of us, and it's just, you build that tight-knit type thing and you understand the business that well. It's really fun to go to work. It's a nice place to be. It's a nice place to work, and we all enjoy what we do, and we're all good at it. That's the best part about it.
Isn't it amazing with all the technology and these phones that we walk around with, pictures you can take, video you can take? There's nothing better than that view at the Lamont.
No, it's unbeatable. It's world class. Obviously, it's been voted one of the best views in the entire world, and we know that, and we relish that. And then we, even as employees have been there, every day when we go in, it's a marvel to see. It's just, it's nothing like it anywhere.
Nowhere. That's why you got to be there. Marco Corona, LamontPittsburgh.com. We're just underway. Your Pratt Pack, KDKA.
Your source for everything that's news. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
It started with a single room. Now, more than a decade later, many rooms and outside too. That CertaPro Painters has visited my house and made an amazing transformation. Get a free estimate quickly. Do it now. Take advantage of the spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th. And know that each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
Hi, it's Nan Cohen, and I'm talking Easter for Dorothy's Candies. It's all about the famed egg season with their fabulous flavors, like peanut butter, fruit and nut, mallow, fudge cream, and raspberry, to name a few. I'm so excited for you to see the Easter molds in Swiss, dark white, and peanut butter. Remember, they also have sugar-free chocolates. Stop in the store or online at Dorothy'sCandies.com. I'm already filling my basket with their Carmelo eggs. One bite and you'll know it's Dorothy's Candies. Dorothy'sCandies.com.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, I don't know where to start in the second segment because there's so much I want to get to, and we're running out of time. It'll go by so quickly, so I have a lot of stuff and a lot of ground to cover. LamontPittsburgh.com. Marco Corona is my guest. Let's just talk a little bit about some of the things that are going to be happening this spring other than the draft, and then we'll roll into that summer menu. And summer is a great time to think banquets and obviously weddings. Go ahead, Marco.
Well, obviously with spring, we have, Easter. Obviously. Yes. Yeah, tomorrow, big day tomorrow. We're going to probably see about around 800 people tomorrow. Wow. Yeah, it'll be exciting. We throw a great brunch. We have some very high end items. Roast filet.
How many families been coming there for years?
Oh, goodness gracious.
Like 10, 20 years is nothing.
Yeah. We see so many. We all know them by name. And we all know where they sit. You know what I mean? Because they've been coming there. It's amazing. It's so great to see. And that's part of what they do. It's their tradition. So we see their families grow, their kids grow. It's really fun. And then same thing with Mother's Day in May. We'll be the same. We see the same moms all the time. And now some of those moms are grandmothers. And it's really cool. So, that's part of the fun of spring, to see all the people we see all the time. And, winter, you don't hardly see them. Nobody comes out in the winter. It's hard to get people to come out. And for good reason, right? But in the spring, people with Easter, Mother's Day are just dying to come out. And that's why we're putting a lot of, we start our spring menu, right around in between Easter and Mother's Day to kind of, jump on that bandwagon with that spring excitement. It brings a lot of life to our city, and it's great.
So do you have seasonal menus where it actually will change the main course, the entree from season to season?
Yeah, we do. I mean, we rerun generally a spring, summer menu, a fall, and then a winter menu, because our menu items highlight the different items that are more in season, especially with the produce and things like that, and even some of the different meats, that we do in the seafoods. So Chef Mike, who's so busy right now preparing for tomorrow, he couldn't make it today. He does a great job of making sure we have all the items that we need, and comes up with some creative things that kind of highlight all the different seasonal flavors of each season.
So let me ask you, and I was talking about my dear friend, my not biological father, but he was pretty close, maybe even more so than my own dad, Joe Dentisi, and we did a television cooking show years ago, and we brought it to the radio like 20 plus years ago.
Mm-hmm.
But what I've noticed now more than ever, Marco, more and more people are into food, social media, influencers. Why do you think food all of a sudden has become, I mean, I have a 27-year-old son who cooks.
Right.
24-year-old daughter that cooks, a 35-year-old father of 3 who loves to cook. They love to go out and dine. They make, even young people, they gather, they go out to places not as good because they don't get into Pittsburgh as much, but places that could be equal to the Lamont. Hard to find, but places like that. Why do you think so many people are into cooking and going out and dining today?
Well, I think that food, for us who work in the restaurant industry, we love everything with food,
right,
with drink, because we understand it's all the splendor and happiness it brings to people. I think people find in food, it has something fulfilling within them, either whether as they cook it or as they eat it, they find something that excites them. And then with food, there's so many different tastes and so many different styles that there's always something new and exciting to try. And it's for people who enjoy something new and want to get a kick out of life. I think that's the big part of it. And it's a wholesome thing to do. You know what I mean? It's better to go out and do all the things you shouldn't be doing. Food's a good thing. It's a good thing to highlight and focus and celebrate on.
Listen, I talked to a woman many years ago. She owned a diner in Ohio, and we were sitting in a place. And I said, so what do you think makes your place different? She says, and she picked up a fork, and she picked up the china. It was Homer Laughlin china from down there in Chester, West Virginia. She said, there's something to be said about going out with your family, sitting down, having a plate, like china, forks, cups, saucers, and somebody serving you different parts of that meal, from the appetizer to the entree, to the dessert, to the espresso. And I thought about that, and she told me this like 20 plus years later, and I've never forgot it. It really is the dining experience, and if anybody has that claim to fame, I can't think of anybody bigger or better than the Lamont in Pittsburgh.
I agree with you. One thing that I really love about our business is that, we see a lot of great families. And it's always great to see families get together for whatever occasion it is, whether it's Mother's Day, Easter, birthdays, anniversaries, whatever it is. And it's great to see the families. I really get a kick out of watching them interact with each other and enjoy each other and enjoy the whole, like you said, the experience. And that's what we try to create at the Lamont. I call it the Lamont experience, where from the beginning, as soon as they get out of their car, as soon as they walk into the restaurant, as soon as they're seated at their table, throughout the course of the meal with their dessert, even as we present the check and other things we offer them, and as they leave, that everything to them is a memorable experience where each member of the family is respected and cherished. And that's what we love to do.
Well, let's be honest. All males have a little bit of an ego when it comes to that first date. And I got to tell you, every time, and I could go through the list right now, every young woman that I spent time with that would end up at the Lamont with me, one of the things that I loved the most, even if I was 20 years old or whatever, they treated me as though I was the most important person in the room.
Well, that's exactly right. I mean, everybody, we treat everybody exactly the same, like they are kings, like they are queens. Because, it's people come to Lamont, or even when they go out to eat anywhere, they're always excited about where they're going to go. And they're always having anticipation and an expectation of when they get there. And if you can exceed those expectations, and if you can heighten that anticipation, if you can make them feel like, hey, this is the greatest time I've ever had. I had somebody write in the other day to the restaurant, said, it was the best experience they ever had at any restaurant in their life. Now, that is obviously the ultimate compliment, and that's what we strive to do for everybody.
And I know you'll find the people you need because you've been around a long time and are going to be around a lot longer than I'll be on this earth, because it's such class that is the Lamont. But there's something to be said that I think, being that young busboy that turned into a waiter and a maitre d', I think it sculpted me and gave me a chance. I learned how to communicate with people. I learned basically where the salad fork went. I learned table manners. I really think it's one of the reasons why I've been able to do what I've done today. That's why if I'm a young person and my daughter worked in the service industry, I think the service industry more than any other industry, Marco, can really mold and shape a young person to set them on a path of nothing but success, whatever they choose to do.
I think you're exactly right, because in the service industry, it's the idea of treating people the right way and treating others the way you would want to be treated. And that's just a universal truth, right?
It is.
And then so it's good for people in our industry. It makes us better as people, as human beings, because we can empathize, and it's important for us to understand where our customers are and what their needs are and how we can meet those needs. And that's just basically how we get along with other people, right? If you're going to get along with other people well, you have to understand where they're coming from. You have to understand their perspective, what their needs are, and how you can fulfill those needs and make them enjoy it and be as happy as possible.
All right, listen, lots more to get to. LamontPittsburgh.com. If the draft is a part of your future, you want to enjoy some great atmosphere and definitely great food, you better call and make your reservation. Now, what about Easter tomorrow? What's the deal? Anybody, can they get in there tomorrow?
Well, we're sold out.
That's what I thought. I wanted to make sure I said that because I guarantee you somebody was going to be getting a hold of me. Well, I tried to get a hold of them.
Yeah.
I figured you were. That's why I didn't want to bring it up, because I knew you were going to be
Mother's
sold
Day,
out.
though. We still have openings on Mother's Day. We're a little bit more than a month away, but Mother's Day is still some
God
some
bless
spots.
her. She's been gone 25 years. I wish I could have had a chance to take my mother there.
Well, she would
would've-
have loved it.
Oh, listen to me.
No doubt.
One thing I'll say about the Lamont that you don't get enough credit for, because people look at all the other desserts and the entrees, best cup of coffee anywhere.
Yeah. People love our coffee.
Just having a cup of coffee after a nice steak, looking out over the city, it's tremendous. The history obviously has been around for a long time. So what is the current situation right now as far as who is, besides yourself, involved with this great company?
Well, the Dunlap family, Ed and Ann Dunlap, purchased the restaurant in 1999 from Jim Blandy Jr., and they were operating it for many, many years until they both passed within the last couple of years.
Good people.
They were great people.
Loved them.
They really enjoyed the restaurant business. They had a passion for it, and they're benevolent beyond belief. Their philanthropy is legendary. So now that they have passed, the family, the sons and daughters, and have been are now the owners there.
Good people.
I kind of run the day to day, and since we've been all there for so long, it kind of runs itself for the most part. Of course, a lot of input from everybody, but what they did for us though is they could have easily just sold the place, but they care so much about us as a family that they all want us to maintain our jobs, and not only that, and maintain our position in the city. Because Lamont is an iconic place.
It's a historic landmark.
It's not Denny's. It's not Joe's Diner. It's a place that has been there forever and will continue to be there for a long, long time. So they understood Lamont's place in the city. They understood the Lamont's place in the families of the people that work there.
By the way, the Denticis and the Dunlaps are distant cousins. And one of my greatest shows ever. The then Mayor O'Connor, the dad, and Eddie Dunlap with me in the studio.
Oh, is that right?
I've never forgot it. All right, we'll come back. Marco Golden is here, LamontPittsburgh.com, especially for the draft, even Mother's Day. Get those reservations in. Much more still to come. Stay with us.
I've been burned before. I was just repeating the same patterns. It turns out I had a type.
Workplaces everywhere are looking for love. And by love, we mean the easy way to order food at work. Easy Cater.
I thought ordering from great restaurants at work had to be complicated, but then I met Easy Cater. So many options, so flexible, and when I ordered for 50 gluten-free vegans without going over budget, I knew I'd found the platform I wanted to do life and lunch with.
Fall in love with Easy Cater. Start an order at easycater.com.
Hi, this is elder law attorney Carl Zachariah. Betty called me last week because her mother's in a nursing home and had given her $30,000 2 years ago. I told her that 5-year look-back will not apply. We can get it fixed. Call Zachariah Brown at 724-942-6200 or visit PittsburghElderLaw.com.
When it's happening, News Radio KDKA is telling you about it.
NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell.
To the Rooney family, to Art, to Jim Rooney, to now young Dan Rooney, they define Pittsburgh in so many ways. They represent that city in every which way with pride. And I think this draft is something that is really important to all of them and to the Steelers in general.
The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 76 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 12:30. I'm Rob Taylor. The Tesla vehicle caught fire in the parking garage of the Giant Eagle Market District store in Shadyside Friday night. Firefighters responded around 8 o'clock. That Tesla was charging when the vehicle's battery caught on fire. Fire put out, no one was injured, no nearby cars, so the building was harmed. Store was evacuated, closed for the night, but it's back open today. Also starting today, trout season in Pennsylvania. If you're planning to participate, there are certain requirements for anglers.
Yep. If you're going to fish on the opening day of trout season or any time in Pennsylvania, you need to have a valid fishing license. And then if you'd like to fish for trout, you need to purchase a trout permit, which is an additional privilege, but that allows you to pursue and harvest trout throughout trout season.
That's Tim Schaefer, Executive Director of the Fish and Boat Commission. He says more information can be found at fishandboat.com. KDK Radio News Time, 12:31. Next updates at 1. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDK.
New to Medicare, get covered with MediConnect. Listen Wednesdays around 1:40 to hear Lance O'Brien of MediConnect help you navigate the Medicare process. Simply great, unbiased information to get you the best healthcare coverage. Get covered with MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
Did you feel that drafty breeze from your windows this winter? Yikes, it was scary cold. But just as scary is that you now know that your windows will let in that hot, humid air all summer. Let PJ Fitzpatrick help reduce your utility bills with custom-made, double-insulated replacement windows. PJ provides peace of mind with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Plus, PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. You can have it all. Visit trustpj.com today for your new windows. That's trustpj.com.
Hi, Paul Alexander here to let you know that KDK has planned a fabulous 5-day Arizona getaway this September, and it's filling up fast. My wife Shelley and I want you to join us for an unforgettable trip based in beautiful Flagstaff, a relaxed mountain town that makes the perfect home base. From there, we'll explore the incredible red rocks of Sedona, travel by rail to the breathtaking Grand Canyon, a bucket list spot that everyone needs to see at least once. And then we'll take in the stunning scenery around Lake Powell with its deep blue water and wide open views. It's the perfect mix of sightseeing, natural beauty, and plenty of time to just enjoy where we are. And September is truly the sweet spot. Comfortable weather, no summer crowds, and everything planned for you. No guessing, no stress. Just show up and enjoy Arizona. Space is limited. Seats are disappearing quickly. Visit travelwithkdk.com or call 800-383-3131. Again, travelwithkdk.com or call 800-383-3131. Can't wait to see you there.
Is there constantly someone in the family fighting a cold? Fight back with Sniper, a hospital-grade disinfectant that kills viruses and bacteria, and it won't hurt your skin, your pets, or our environment. Hi, this is Larry Richard. Get Sniper. It's safe to use in your home and office. Simply spray and walk away to kill germs for maximum protection. Pick up a bottle of Sniper at your local True Value store or visit disinfectwithsniper.com. Get it now.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Why would a guy in financial services pick a fight with the financial industry? Because in many cases, the system they built works more for them than it does for you. Tune in for a new kind of retirement show with Greg Ayler. Now at a new time, Saturdays at 5 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
This afternoon will bring clouds and sun. It'll be breezy and very warm with a high near the record of 83. A spotty early evening shower, then rain, some heavy overnight, and thunder as well. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Heather Zaire, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by Lamont.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
You know, I just want to say one other thing. Marco Corona is here, LeMondPittsburgh.com. You know, you mentioned Eddie Dunlap and his late wife, and I was talking about Joe Dentisi. You know, I don't know if there's wonderful people. I've got kids, grandkids, but those people were really a cut above the rest, were they not?
Yeah, they were cut from a different mold altogether. They were just incredible human beings, easy to talk to, but most importantly, they cared so much about the community. And when Mr. Dunlap bought the restaurant in 1999, he immediately invested in the community. Matter of fact, there's a park in Mount Washington. It was called Reams. It was a pool and a playground. He donated so much money to that place. He rebuilt the entire indoor facility there, helped rebuild and refurbish the pool, and even had some playground equipment put in. They even renamed it the Dunlap Family Center because of his commitment to the community.
He loved the city, didn't he?
He did. He did love our city, and he did everything he could to make it a better place. And, of course, we miss him very much. But, you know, his legacy lives on. His kids are just as great as he was.
Listen, you also, as you mentioned, Pittsburgh Public Schools, and, you know, Bill Gallagher, who was the football coach at Perry. One of the first TV interviews I ever had was at the Coons Market on Highwood Street with him, and you actually coached there as well. But Ed deserves this. You know, when times are tough, booster clubs exist or they don't, and the funds are low, he stepped up and helped those athletes, didn't he?
Yeah. So the great thing about Mr. Dunlap, again, he was a philanthropist, and he freely gave. And, you know, I coached at Perry High School as the head basketball coach for 17 years, and we did not have a booster club. We fundraised our butts off, you know, and did whatever we could. But Mr. Dunlap stepped in. He would buy the whole team basketball shoes. He'd buy the whole team travel suits. And he would say to us, don't say it was for me. Don't ever say who you got this money from.
Listen, if he were alive, I wouldn't be doing this right now.
Yeah,
Trust me, I
exactly.
know Eddie. I know Eddie.
He didn't like that. He just wanted to give them. He didn't want any strings attached. He didn't want anybody to know who did it. But he wanted to do good for everybody. And it was a great thing for our team, you know, to look like the other teams. You know, the teams we used to play outside the city. We were just as good, if not better. So it was all part of what he did. And we won the city championship one year. He bought the entire team Letterman jackets.
Oh.
Things that these kids, when I see them now, they still talk about. Because I stay in touch with some of my players.
That's what you call class.
Yeah.
No doubt about it.
Absolutely.
Right. Just some of let's eavesdrop a little bit and listen closely. Some of the real famous people that have eaten at the
Oh, my goodness. We have so many. I have some great stories. Can I tell a couple stories?
Go.
So I want to tell an interesting story first. Alex Rodriguez, you know Alex. Yeah, A-Rod. So, you know, he came to our restaurant twice, and it was an interesting experience both times. So I waited. That's back when I was a waiter, so I waited on him. And, you know, I was taking their order at the table, and I said, okay, sir, what would you like this evening? And I was speaking to Mr. Rodriguez there, and he didn't look at me. He just kind of whispered to the gentleman next to him. The gentleman next to him said to me, Mr. Rodriguez would like a filet mignon. I was like, Okay. And sir, I said, sir, how you like that prepared? And he whispered to the gentleman next to him. The gentleman said to me, you would like that medium, please. Thank you very much. I thought that was so weird. And then the second time I waited on him, it was the same type of thing. And I thought that was so different because Wayne Gretzky, let me tell you.
Totally different.
Greatest guy. He would come into the restaurant every time they were in town. He'd bring a whole group of his players, and he would bring a lot of his gear, you know, sticks and sweaters and all kind of. And he'd have me walk him back to the kitchen. He would talk to every single person in the kitchen. Yep, give them all this gear, give them all that stuff.
The people in the kitchen.
He did, yeah, and we used to love it. And then of course he was very generous, you know, to me as a waiter. But he was a great guy. Well, Mario Lemieux, same thing. He was super classy. Mario, he was definitely classiest guy I think I've ever met.
And he knows a good bottle of wine.
Yeah, he sure does.
Smart man.
He's a connoisseur. Yeah, he knows what he's doing, and he certainly appreciates good wine. But, you know, Jim Tomei, I remember him.
Yeah.
He came into the restaurant with his dad. They had dinner together, dressed in, you know, just very casual, you know, very, very casual clothes. Greatest guy you ever want to meet. It's an easy guy to talk to, real genuine, you know what I mean, very humble. And, you know, we had some other characters. General Schwarzkopf was there a few times.
Norman Schwarzkopf.
Yeah. Rush Limbaugh. Let me tell you a little story about Rush Limbaugh.
Please do.
He came in. This is shortly after he signed his big radio contract.
$250 million.
Yeah. So he came in with a lady, and they were having dinner, and he proposed to her. and he spent $120. I remember this. He spent $120, and he left a $10,000 tip. $10,000. What a guy, huh? What a guy.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, yeah.
This is maybe the best story in 40 years of being on this radio station, because you know what? He used to be on the air here.
Yeah.
And he has since passed.
Yeah.
The guy started very humble as a DJ, not college educated.
Right.
Always admired him for what he did. And I used to think, down deep, whether you like his political beliefs or not, he seems like a really good guy.
Yeah.
And you just made me believe what I believe forever to be a fact.
Super gentleman. Super guy. Loved him. Jerry Jones is another one. He came up. Jerry Jones, the last time we played Dallas a few years back, it was very nice. He signed autographs. Real pleasant about it.
The only time you hear
guy.
stories like this is right here, because you never hear the good stories.
Yeah, yeah.
And there's another guy who I've often said the league would be so different without him. You need people like this. And a lot of that persona, they do that to get the clicks, the likes, the views, the listens. But down deep, they realize how fortunate they are, and they know who working class people are.
Yeah. Another good one was Johnny Carson. So
he did marry a girl from Mount Washington.
Yeah. She used to live right up the street, so he used to come there quite often.
Come on.
Yeah, he's a good guy. But one thing I noticed about him, he looked a lot older in person than he did on TV.
That's that California sun.
Oh, I guess it was something. It's like, geez, but he was a good guy. Yeah, both of them were wonderful people. So
did he talk a lot?
It's funny you say that, because he wasn't too chatty.
That's what they said off the air. He was real shy and quiet.
Yeah, he wasn't too chatty. Like some of these other guys are, would spend hours talking to you. But yeah, he was kind of short and to the point, but friendly.
So the era when it was a bloody steak and a martini, what was that like back during those, those Mad Men days of, corporate America, when Pittsburgh had all those that must have been incredible.
Yeah, I tell you what, the spending was just out of control, and people just really, really took that whole dining experience to a whole new level in terms of the alcohol, in terms of the food, of the quantities of both. It was just incredible. Well, of course, they had a great time. They enjoyed themselves, which is what we want them to do. But that's one of the big reasons why we closed for lunch, because, those 2 martini lunches kind of disappeared.
So here's the thing people need to understand. If you're really wondering why they're successful, all you need to do is think this. How many are no longer here and the Lamont is still standing where it always has been? What do you attribute that to?
Well, I think I attribute it to just understanding, keeping a focus on what's really important in the industry. We don't get caught up in these trends that the food industry kind of gets caught in sometimes. We understand the basics of what it takes to make the customer happy. Give them good foods, give them great service, make it memorable, really kind of personalize it for them, and make them want to come back. I mean, it's just the bottom line. We have the staff there that's been there forever. And again, we know a lot of our customers by name. We know where they sit. We know everything. We know what they eat. We know what they drink. And they love stuff like that. And even visitors come in and they get that personal touch, that personal feeling that they don't get anywhere else.
Well, if your player is going to be in the first 3 rounds selected in the draft and you want to come in early, or you're here, the place to really take that player so they stick with you after they get drafted is the Lamont. Wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely. You give me a call personally, I'll make sure you've got the best table in the house.
Oh, my goodness gracious. I absolutely love it. What's your favorite? Your desserts are like off the charts.
Yeah. Yeah. Chef makes all our desserts in-house now, so that makes it even better. He makes some fantastic cheesecakes. We had a cappuccino mocha cheesecake last week. It was just amazing. If I wasn't 60 years old and have cholesterol issues, I'd be eating a piece right now.
All right, being that you're a basketball, that's my sport.
Okay.
Obviously, I don't know if you had a chance to watch any of the women's action yesterday.
I saw a little bit.
Little Dawn Staley and Gino Ariema got a little chippy with each other. I actually, and maybe hard to believe, but back in the day, Eaton Park was the sponsor of a big Western Pennsylvania high school girls basketball game. Swin Cash was a part of it.
Yeah.
My job, I don't know how I got it. I was doing TV. They said, would you take Gino Ariema around, drive him around Pittsburgh? He went to play golf at Oakmont. And I don't care what happened last night, and I love Don Staley, but he was the nicest guy you'd ever want to meet, just a fierce competitor. And I love the UCLA story. They win. They have never won. With all the men's teams that have won John Wooden, the women are on the verge of maybe winning their first ever. And then you've got the 2 today. I'm taking Arizona to win it all, but I love Danny Hurley and UConn.
Oh, boy.
Who do you like?
Jeez, I saw that game last week with UConn. It was exciting, but I think Duke blew it more than UConn won it.
They blew it.
Big time. So I tell you what, Michigan and Arizona, that's going to be probably the best game of the two. And I think the winner of that game is going to be the national champion. I think Arizona has a slight edge, though.
All right, only because we're basketball fans. Who's the next North Carolina coach, do you think? Billy Donovan said he's not talking to anybody until the NBA season's over.
Yeah.
April 12th.
I know. I heard Stephen A. Smith promote Kenny Smith. That'd be kind of interesting. I know I'm not available, by the way, so I'm busy.
Yeah, we got the draft to take care of. Don't bother us.
But they like to stay in-house, so I think they're going to find somebody that was either a North Carolina player or a past coach and find somebody that's kind of in-house. That's some of what they've done in the past. I think that makes them feel more comfortable. And there's so much talent out there, with coaches. I love Sean Miller. I wish Pitt would have got Sean Miller. So I don't know. I mean, it's just so many
you know what I wanted when he was having a little bit of trouble? I wanted him to either come to Pitt or Duquesne. I wanted Rick Pitino here, and all these people laughed at me. Now look.
Yeah, he's a great coach. There's no doubt. Everywhere he goes,
he's got as much energy now as when he was back in the day playing with the Boston Celtics. I mean, the guy's he loves basketball.
Yeah.
And we love the Lamont. We're going to come back. One more segment. Again, LamontPittsburgh.com. Draft, wedding, whatever you're going to be doing this coming season, for whatever that season is, there's only one reason that you want to go there, because it's Pittsburgh, and no one does it better. Best view of the city, the Lamont, LamontPittsburgh.com. Marco Corona, my guest. One more segment. Pittsburgh Works, KDKA.
We're only 19 days until the draft. Everything you need to know surrounding the draft is right here. It's brought to you by Bill Few Associates Wealth Management, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Looking for health insurance for employees in multiple locations? UPMC Health Plan National Access has you covered. UPMC National Access gives employees access to the top-ranked doctors and hospitals of UPMC, along with nationwide access through the Cigna Healthcare PPO network for employees outside of the service area. For the quality, affordable coverage that your company deserves, choose UPMC Health Plan.
I'm with Joe Potocznik, JP Roofing and Siding, with an exciting opportunity.
Normally, Larry, we offer $500 off any complete roofing and siding replacements. For our spring promotion, we're offering an additional $500 off.
Joe, that's $1,000.
That's right, Larry.
You better call today. The roofing experts, JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711, 412-829-7711. Thanks, Joe.
Thank you, Larry.
Tickets are on sale now for the upcoming season of the Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, with Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Anne Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden, and acclaimed war photographer Lindsay Addario. For information and tickets, go to pittsburghspeakers.org. Sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James.
At EasyCater, we believe every workday gets better with great food. Like that morning status meeting, always better with bagels. And don't forget the coffee. Ops team working late? How about some Power Bowls to keep them going strong? Sandy's celebrating 10 years at the company. This calls for cupcakes. With EasyCater, you get a huge variety of favorite restaurants with tools to help meet dietary needs and stay on budget, all on one platform. So make every workday better with EasyCater. Start an order at easycater.com.
No one likes having to choose. That's why with America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds. Like the reliable and efficient Tucson Hybrid with America's best warranty. Or the stylish yet capable Santa Fe Hybrid with power to navigate the toughest terrain. It's like having your cake and eating it too. You know, if you could drive a cake. Hybrids from Hyundai. It's the best of both worlds. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
You know, one other thing with Marco Corona, you hear about people that you idolize and you really wonder. We were talking about Rush earlier, and I mentioned Gary Bowser's name off the air because I really did have such respect for him, and many people here knew him a lot better than I did. But you right away chimed in and said he and his wife just absolutely wonderful people.
Stellar people, unbelievable, just very classy, and I used to talk with him just for they always had the restaurant the parties at the restaurant, the Christmas parties for their dealerships, and we would sit there and talk with them. They would stay after the party. We would just sit there and talk just about anything, and he was a real genuine guy. Again, he was very generous, but he was just a really good person, just fun to be around and just wholesome. And then his wife was the same way, just great people. Salt of the earth.
Well, here's the thing, too. When you were mentioning some of the names you were mentioning, and Gretzky and Lemieux, and we even were talking about Gino Ariema, and you were mentioning that he would bring his team up there as well when he was here to play Pitt. When these people come to you, that's all word of mouth. I mean, so that just goes to show you, because you know as well as I do, this is great having you on here, but what makes or breaks any business is word of mouth.
Right.
So a lot of people are saying, hey, if you're going to be in Pittsburgh, you got to go to the Lamont.
Yeah, and a lot of people that come in out of towners will say, hey, I was down at the hotel and they said you have to go to Lamont, or our Uber driver said you have to go to Lamont, or somebody at the airport said you have to go to Lamont. And Lamont is such a big part of Pittsburgh history. We even made the Monopoly board a few years back. So it's a big part of the history. 66 years. That's crazy for a restaurant, and it's part of the fabric of this city, of this great city. We're made up of people who make up Pittsburgh, and made it great and continue to make it great. It's about community and family.
See, I also think, too, the reason you're still here, and not just surviving but thriving, you've learned to evolve with the times. And having somebody like you who's been a part of it for 46 years, it kind of helps them kind of navigate the horizon a little bit, because you grew up on Mount Washington, you taught in Pittsburgh public schools, you were a basketball coach. So you kind of know what makes this city tick in this region, don't you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a big part of it. And not just me, it's just all of us. We understand. We're all city people. We understand what makes these people work and what makes them happy, what doesn't. And you're right. This restaurant business, especially over the last 20 years, has evolved significantly. And we're working hard to stay pace with some of the different changes that are happening. And one thing that's funny, when I first started there in 1980, if you did not come in with the suit jacket, there was one waiting for you in our coat room. Sir, the suit jacket's over there. Now it's a lot different, and it's this goes to show you how our people treat how the whole industry has changed.
So I'm 19 and I'm a bus boy. Then I get the job as a waiter, and then they start trying me out at Maitre D by the age of 20. And you're getting the keys to run the register at night and the whole works. You get it. And I'll never forget one of the jobs, and Mr. Joe Cyril would tell me, that gentleman doesn't have a tie on. Go get him a tie and you walk over to this guy, and big bruising construction guy.
Yeah, sure.
And they're having a couple of beers and they're with their significant other, and you're like, excuse me, sir, would you mind putting it, and trying to find a jacket for him. But they appreciated it because they didn't want to be out of place either. But that's what it was like back then. But you may not have to have a suit and tie all the time, but you still have the fine linen and the ambiance and the atmosphere. And no matter who you are, whatever the event, every time you walk through the doors at the Lamont, especially now that the weather's getting warmer, you feel like you're the most important person on the planet.
Absolutely. And that's what it's all about, making people feel like they have value, they have worth. And it's not just a meal, it's a whole experience. And we take it just as seriously as they do.
And the food is important, and it's always been good.
Sure.
But there's something to be said about that experience in that room. And when you kind of walk out into that dining area and see that explosion of just that Panavision of the city, listen, it's like being in a cockpit of a jet airliner.
Sure is.
I can't even explain it any better than that. So what does your heart tell you about this draft? What do you think we can expect? What's going to happen, you think?
I think we can expect a lot of people from a lot of different places are going to be very happy with what they see, hear, and feel in this city. And I think personally for the restaurant, I think we're going to do a tremendous amount of business, but I think it's going to have lasting effects on how other people look at Pittsburgh. And because we know what this city is, it's one of the best kept secrets in this whole area, right? And so the secret's about to be let out, and we're excited to be part of that. And I think it's a once in a lifetime thing for me as a Pittsburgher, and I'm sure for you as well. We'll never see this again, right?
No, not in a
and
lifetime.
it's something I think that I'm glad it lasts more than just one day, because it's really going to develop, it's really going to evolve, and it's going to be perhaps the most memorable thing as a Pittsburgher that we will ever experience. I'm so excited to be part of it.
Listen, everybody wants to make a buck. I get it. Bottom line, it's all about business and the bottom line. But I think the reason why you want to be so busy, because the servers obviously will get treated well, and the wealth will be spread throughout the community and the fellow people that they work with, their coworkers. But you want as many people to experience and see what you've been seeing for 46 years in Estelle, Lamont.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's one of a kind place. And then when you come into a restaurant or come into a city for the first time, no better place to see it and no better place to experience it. And then, again, it'll leave a lasting impression. So when they do come back, because they're going to love it so much here in our city, they're going to come back, say, we got to hit Lamont again, because that was a great place. I'm going to bring our friends up there. We're going to show them all the neat sights of the city, where we were that day on draft day. I can point out every different place we visited down there from high atop Mount Washington from where we are, and they're going to be excited about it. And that's just all part of it. It's all that excitement that spreads. It's a lot of fun.
One of the things Joe Ciro, my mentor, God rest his soul, told me, you never know who you're waiting on, so treat everybody the same.
Exactly right. You're exactly right, because you're right. You never do know.
Listen, I got one for you. So one night, I'm waiting on a guy. Henry Mancini was in town performing. He said, you take care of that guy. Long hair, leather vest. Took care of him. Now, this was like in the late 70s. He left, gave me a $20 bill, and he said, you're going to do great, kid. And that person was Jay Leno.
Kidding. How about that, huh?
Listen, that's what's so intriguing and wonderful about your business, because you never know. Listen, Marco Corona, LamontPittsburgh.com. This was my pleasure and honor to have you here, and I hope you're packed wall to wall for the draft, not just because it's the right place to be, but because it's historic, and I want people to come here to see our city in its best light, okay?
I appreciate it. It's been a lot of fun. This hour went so fast. I tell you, I could do this again. If you ever need me, you let me know.
Listen, call me. I'll help you out any way I can.
This is a lot of fun.
For the Dunlap family, anything. All right, stay with us. News coming up next.
The proceeding was paid for by Lamont. Information on the program was intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Thinking about starting weight loss treatment? GoodRx is here to help. We offer FDA-approved GLP-1 medications prescribed by licensed providers, including the Wegovy tablet, with straightforward pricing and pickup at your local pharmacy or delivery to your door. All from America's #1 prescription app. Go to goodrx.com/weight-loss to get started. GoodRx is not insurance. Cancel anytime. #1 prescription app ranked by a third-party study.
While retinitis pigmentosa takes Mark's vision, his family gives him hope, whether at the family business or at home with his wife and sons. He knows he's not fighting alone. For 50 years, the Foundation Fighting Blindness has funded research into treatments and cures for blinding retinal diseases, providing hope to people with vision loss. And for Mark, winning the fight means being there for his family. The Foundation Fighting Blindness. Together, we're winning. Help us end blinding diseases at fightingblindness.org.
The certified elder law attorneys at Julian Gray Associates understand the rules of long-term care and disability. They help families avoid mistakes and protect assets to maintain the best lifestyle options. You don't have to do this alone. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh, W261AX Pittsburgh.
from the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 76 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 1 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Police in Ingram still looking for who's responsible for breaking into and damaging several cars in recent days. Incidents happened on West Prospect Avenue, Chartiers Place, and Knoll Avenue. Anyone with security cameras in the area is asked to contact Ingram Police. New details now about a Ross Township man accused of buying hundreds of guns, later tied to crimes across multiple states. Those guns. Benjamin Ford is a battery foreman at U.S. Steel's Clairton plant. He's charged with 6 counts of illegally selling or transferring firearms. And investigators say he bought more than 200 guns between 2013 and 2024. Majority of them purchased since 2020. Investigators say 6 of those firearms were later recovered in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and New York. Ford's attorney is Bill DeLucente.
When you have 200 guns that are registered to you, who knows what happened? It's not as if my client would take an inventory every morning of every single gun that might be available to him.
Ford is facing multiple felony charges. In Braddock, police charging 3 adults and 1 minor after a drug and gun bust. Search warrant was executed at a home in a 5,000 block of Corey Avenue, and fentanyl was found, also a handgun with a Glock switch, and multiple magazines and firearm accessories. Those charged are adults Jawan Coachman, 18-year-old Nathaniel Scott, 19-year-old Nakia Enoch, along with an unnamed minor. Well, trout season in Pennsylvania has opened today. Tim Schaefer, executive director of the Pennsylvania Fish and Boat Commission, says there's plenty of fish in the streams and lakes this season.
We'll be stocking, well over 4.3 million trout into the waters of Pennsylvania for this trout season, and that complements, the thousands of miles of great wild trout streams that we have. We really